Trailblazer SUV, the Trailblazer Points Championship is here. The more you play and the higher you rank in the Trailblazer Poker Tour, the better your chances are. The best tournament player in the Trailblazer Poker Tour drives away with this grand prize. For full details on the Trailblazer Poker Tour and the Points Championship, visit TexasCardHouse.com. Valley poker players. The $60,000 guaranteed Trailblazer Poker Tour is coming to Texas Card House RGV from December 19th through December 29th. $175 buy-in. Tons of great perks for playing at this tour stop. Flights at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. every day except Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. For full details, structure, and more, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
All right, jumping into the first hand here, Texas Card House RGV. As we have 1-3 action, looks like we have a button straddle. Seat 1 Don Neto, not in his seat, but it's the very first hand here. Newbie was in the big blind and called the straddle of 20. Kraken does the same with the fours. Captain making the fold, El Gallo makes the fold, and Oscar with the fives. Oh, big raise here coming from CeeLo with the ace-king. Looked like he straddled 10 on the button. That is the max straddle allowed on the button. And Newbie with a newbie play, min raising it to 20 with the 4 deuce of diamonds. So he will get out of the way. Kraken does the same. And looks like we're going to go heads up to a flop. Ace-king versus fives. And by the statistics popping up, looks like a 5 was folded as the ace-king is actually favored over the fives right now. Flop coming jack high. So 2 overcards and a gut shot for CeeLo. $261 in the pot, pretty much has a pot-sized bet here, but he's going to check. 7 on the turn, any 9 making a straight. Of course, this was a 4-bet pot pre-flop. Actually a 3-bet. It was a straddle, raise, and then a re-raise. It's going to go check all the way to the river. Board pairing on the river. And it looks like Oscar's finally going to bet his hand. Very scary board. So it puts out a $75 bet here. So CeeLo announcing call, and as soon as he called, Oscar rolled his hand over. But verbal is binding. So he's waiting to see if the fives are good. It looks like they're going to be good. So give the win to Oscar on the first hand over a $400 pot. So let's see who bought him for what. We got Don Neto in seat 1. He's currently away from his seat. He bought him for $339. Seat 2, Newbie, in for $300. That's the minimum. Oh, and there's the VPIP. As we get ready for hand number 2. Don Neto was a small blind, so the stat does not count towards his the stat there, since he was not voluntarily putting money in the pot. All right, so the villain just limping. Captain, he was actually on the thumbnail. It's actually his birthday, and he's going to be raising it up with the ace 10 of clubs. Looks like 30. And it is 30. And nobody going to be able to call here. So he will show the ace-10. Yeah, so once again, seat 1 was Don Neto. Seat 2, Newbie. He was in for 300. That is the minimum stream on the buy-in table. Seat 3, the Kraken. He bought in for 500. Seat 4, Pedro, bought in for $320. Seat 5, just saw him, the villain. He was in for 300. We got the captain. He bought in for 400 in seat 6. Seat 7, El Gallo, in for 386. So Captain calling the straddle with the 7-4. It's a good blackjack hand. And of course, ace-queen is actually blackjack, and El Gallo going to be raising it up here. It's a $42. Oscar with the suited ace behind. Looks like he's going to be at least calling. So we're going heads up. And it looks like it's going to go check, check. Oscar does not want to see an ace. All right, that's going to give him not only some flush outs, but some chop outs. 7 or a deuce. Oh, he's going to go runner, runner, flush. And let's see. El Gallo checking the river. See if he sizes big or small. Looks like it's going to be a big size in $80. I don't think El Gallo can call this with just the ace high. He is thinking about it though. Oh, he does make the call. So Oscar winning 2 of the first 3 hands tonight, taking his stack all the way past the $600 mark. So El Gallo pretty much paying for information. Sometimes you see on the streams, especially the first couple of hands, where the players will play to one extreme to the other. You can see Oscar, the only winner thus far, as he is up over a buy-in. Bought him for $300, has already doubled the money in 3 hands. CeeLo in seat 9, he was in for $300, and you can see he's down 185. So action is on seat 6. That's going to be Capitan, the captain, the birthday boy. He's going to be limping under the gun. CeeLo raising it up with the deuces. Don Neto taking his seat and playing the ace-5. And it looks like everybody's going to be calling the raise here. Pedro with the 7s has the best hand right now.
We have 6 players to the bottom.
And him and Capitan have the best equity right now. And that's going to be a paired board. Nobody with the jack. But you can see Capitan has the best equity right now, is if the board pairs again. real tiny bet here. $20 bet into 90. A lot of counterfeit outs here for CeeLo. A 9. And he gets counterfeited just like that. So CeeLo actually playing the board. Capitan gonna slow down. CeeLo does the same. 4 coming on the river. And it looks like it's gonna go check, check again. So the deuce is getting counterfeited. It's your best 5 cards, counting the cards that are on the board. So it's gonna be jacks and 9s with a king kicker for Capitan. CeeLo actually playing the board. CeeLo playing jacks and 9s with a 4 kicker as his deuces got counterfeited. Action going to be on El Gallo, under the gun, UTG, and he has a suited ace. And he's going to put in a small raise here to 10. CeeLo making the call with some suited connectors. Newbie calling with the ace-5. Villain out of the small blind. Oh, he's got the real hand. He's got the kings. How much is he going to 3-bet to? At least 60 total? And that looks like more than 60. It's going to be 65. Oh, 51, excuse me. So I thought the sizing should be at least 60, considering that there was a $10 raise and 2 callers behind that raise. Going to be playing the pot out of position. You normally want to size it up a bit. So Villain way out in front right now with the kings. Needs to avoid an ace as we goes 4 ways to a flop. And it's going to come queen high 2 diamonds. So huge flop for CeeLo. As a matter of fact, you can see that they're pretty much equal, as the Villain 47% to win and CeeLo 43% to win. But once the 2 aces fold, I think it's going to go up to about 45-55. Don't see how CeeLo can fold here. You called a 3-bet with 8 high, and you hit a pair and a flush draw. So you're pretty much committed. And he does make the call. He only had $29 left. So he will make the call, and you will see the outs. Like I said, once it cleans up, it's going to be about 45-55. It's actually 53-47. So basically a flip situation here. To the turn we go. CeeLo looking for an 8 or a 5. Also has some running straight outs. And there's the 8. And CeeLo going to be scooping with the Chad Johnson. 8-5. 8-5. So CeeLo in for 300 and pretty much getting back to even after this hand. The Villain getting his kings cracked. But not by the ace. So if you're just joining us tonight, thank you for tuning in. This is Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. We are one of 6 Texas Card House locations across the state of Texas. One of 4 streaming locations. Streaming 1-3 no limit Texas Hold'em tonight. As CeeLo, who just doubled up, looks like he's going to play this hand. Jack 10 offsuit, Doneto with the suited connectors. Also makes the call, Newbie raising it up to 15 with his suited connectors. Kraken gets out of the way, and Villain, who just got his kings cracked, going to be putting on the tiny re-raise with the pocket threes. It is the best hand right now, but you can see El Gallo folding a 3. Oh, Newbie calling out of turn here. Doneto doesn't realize that it was, in fact, a 3-bet. So he will call the 30. And we will go 3 ways to a flop. I think the Queen 9 is going to have the best equity, and it does. You can see over 50%, as there has been a tray folded. Oh, easy game, easy game. Newbie flopping top 2. We'll see if the Villain continues on this flop. And looks like he's cutting out some chips. So raise 3-bet, it's a 30 pre-flop, and now betting 30 on the flop. And Newbie gonna be raising here. Basically a min raise, goes from 30 to 75. You can see the Villain only has 1 out left, and he's gonna get out of the way. So pocket kings, no good for the Villain, and pocket threes also no good, as Newbie will take down the $202 pot. So that pot actually gets Newbie even. Everybody else in the red, both the Villain and El Gallo, down over 150. Action's going to be on CeeLo. So as soon as the cards get scanned, some of these cards didn't scan properly, and that's why the camera is still. And those are the cards that weren't scanned properly. You can see the dealer reaching for the cards in seat 6 there, and now we will see what the players had. Does the Villain have kings again? And he had 2 black kings the last time as well. So the Villain and the Gallo, both these players losing 2 big pots early on, trying to get out of the hole. And the Villain's going to win a small one here with his kings. Let's see if he shows. Yes, he does. Had kings, 2 black kings 2 hands ago. Gets them again. So you can see the blinds are $1, $3, and it looks like Doneto thinks that he's the big blind, but the dealer will let him know, unless if that's a red chip underneath. Oh yeah, it is a straddle, so Doneto knew. So this is an under the gun straddle. You are allowed to straddle up to half your stack under the gun here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. And I have seen it before. I have seen people straddle half their stack. So action's going to be on Newbie with the king rag, Kraken with the same hand, and he will also fold. Pedro with the jack 9, not calling the $8. The Villain also getting out of the way, but here comes the captain, Capitan, just calling. Probably here in the cutoff with the ace. Should probably be raising. I would imagine that's what the GTO solver says. But Capitan just calling here. Turns out that somebody had him out kicked. as we go 4 ways to a queen high flop. Oscar flopping middle pair. And it looks like he's going to lead out. Betting about half pot. $15 into $32, just under half pot. And Capitan flopping bottom pair. He's going to hang around looking for an ace or a 4. Oscar turning open-ended, but he's going to slow down. Capitan still with the 4, checks back. Does not want to see an ace. And it's going to be an 8 instead. So does Oscar bet his pair? He does not. It goes check, check on the river, and he will win the $62 pot. As I mentioned earlier, we are one of 4 streaming locations for the Texas Card House, as there's 2 locations in North Texas, 2 locations in East Texas, 1 location in Central Texas, and 1 location in South Texas. We are the South Texas location. Rio Grande Valley is the area down here in South Texas. No straddle this hand, as action's going to be on newbie. And newbie with the trace. Going to raise it up to 10. Kraken folding. Pedro does the same. Villain also folding. And here comes a 3-bet from Capitan. He has the ladies. Oh, quick fold from newbie there. Really didn't even think about it. They didn't want to play the pot out of position. So the button started in seat 9, so we have had 1 orbit as we're getting ready for our 10th hand of the stream. Kraken under the gun. CeeLo announcing a $10 button straddle. That is actually the most you can straddle on the button. The minimum straddle is $6, maximum straddle is $10 on the button. Newbie makes the call with his suited king. The villain with the Jack 10 coming along. Capitan with the suited ace makes the call. And CeeLo with the 5-3 will check his option. 4 ways to a flop. And it's going to come king high. Newbie flopping top pair. And let's see if he leads here. And he is going to be leading. Betting half the pot, $20 into $41. And nobody with anything, but it looks like CeeLo is going to be calling here with the 5 high. So CeeLo does have a backdoor diamond draw. It's only a 5 of diamonds, but he's the only one with the diamond. Board pairing on the turn. CeeLo drawing dead. And now newbie is going to check it. CeeLo checks behind as well. And the board double pairing. So newbie with 3 pair. The kings and the 8s are what he's playing. Kings and the 8s with the 7 kicker. And CeeLo going to be betting 45. Newbie doesn't like it, but I think he's going to call. And he does. So newbie waiting for his opponent to show. So for the second time tonight, CeeLo's actually playing the board. He had pocket deuces earlier, and the board double paired and counterfeited his pocket pair. And now he is playing 8s and 4s with a king kicker. Obviously, both times he lost. So Pedro with the suited ace, under the gun, just gonna limp. It looks like everybody's just limping. All right, Doneto's gonna say, how much is he gonna say? Looks like about 48. Yes, it is 48. Perhaps a little on the large side, considering that it was just a limp pot. But even if everybody folds here, he's still going to pick up about $15 to $20. Yeah, he's going to pick up $19. So there are the stack sizes, and the VPIP will also pop up every once in a while as well. Of course, VPIP, voluntarily place money in pot. So action's going to be under the gun on the villain, has a suited queen, and he's going to be making the call. CeeLo making the call with the 9-4. That's interesting. Is everybody calling with the ugly 4? Yep. CeeLo 9-4. Doneto 6-4 and UB 8-4. Cracking gonna complete, and Pedro will check his option. So 3 players with a 4, 2 players with a king, and 2 players with a 3. And there's the 3. The villain flopping bottom 2 pair, $18 pot. Flush draw and straight draw on the board. Looks like he's going to bet 15. And that should get it done. The villain joining us tonight from Zapata, Texas. That's the name of the city. That's the name of the county. Located between Edinburg, Texas. That is where the Texas Card House is located. Edinburg, Texas, and Laredo, Texas. Right along the U.S.-Mexico border. Zapata. So it took him, I want to say over an hour to get here. Yeah, over an hour for sure, because he said they ran into traffic in Rio Grande City. So no card houses in Zapata, Texas. So making the over 1 hour drive to be here tonight. CeeLo raising it up here with the 6-5. So the players just realizing that it is Capitan's birthday. As a matter of fact, if you saw him on the thumbnail, he's listed there on the thumbnail. As we are going 5 ways to a flop. Ace, Jack, Jack. Nobody with the Jack. El Gallo with an ace. Let's see if El Gallo bets. He does not. Everybody checking. And El Gallo put in a small bet here. CeeLo calling him. Second time we see CeeLo float. And let's see if he represents this turn. Very good turn for him to bluff at, as it did complete the flush, completed the straight, but he's going to check. Needs a diamond. And once again, another good card for him to bluff with, and he queen making a straight. He only has 6 high, so obviously he cannot win. El Gallo checking, trying to get to showdown. CeeLo has to bet here. No, he checked. So El Gallo will show the ace. CeeLo showing his 5-6 for some reason. So no straddle this hand. Action's going to be on El Gallo. Just won the last hand. Players making sure their cards got scanned properly, and it looks like somebody's cards is not scanned. CeeLo with the min raise. Yeah, so it looked like Capitan's cards were the ones that not scanned properly. So if somebody's cards aren't scanned properly. Oh, Doneto with the kings, but he's away from his seat. I know he's a smoker, so a lot of times you'll see him away from his seat. He runs outside to take a drag. But in this case, he would have had kings. Pedro with the suited ace, raising it up to 22. El Gallo with the suited connectors. Got to be making the call. And CeeLo does the same. You can see Doneto walking back in. As we're going 3 ways to a flop. Oh, you see it worked out. His kings would have got cracked. So maybe you should take up smoke. No, I'm joking. So trips for Pedro. He's going to check. And now El Gallo picking up a flush draw. Let's see if El Gallo puts on a bet. $70 in the pot. And he's going to bet $5. And Pedro put it on the small raise, wanting his opponent to call, but his opponent will get away. Oh, so we got the Cajun Asian tuning in from Las Vegas. Cajun Asian, a dealer here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. So welcome. We are live on the YouTube chat. I do realize we are streaming on multiple platforms, but I do have access to the YouTube comments. So if you're not signed into YouTube, make sure you take care of that. Another good reason to do so is this is the secondary channel for all Texas Card House locations. So you can see action from South Texas, action from either of the East Texas locations, the one in Houston or the one in Spring, action from North Texas, Dallas or Irvin, and then of course the OG TCH Social Austin. Oh, so Kraken getting after it here with the ace. I don't think he's played a hand since the stream started, so has been a little card dead. He sees an ace and he's going to play it fast. And looks like everybody's going to call him as we go three ways to a flop. Capitan with the best hand right now with the sixes. You can see the Kraken actually has the best equity with the two overcards. It is check to the Kraken. Let's see if he continues on with his aggression. Does have to continuation bet against two opponents, but he's going to do just that as he puts out about $25, $30. That's $30. Oh, nice raise here from Capitan. Just puts his opponent on big cards, and he is correct. So I don't think the Kraken's going to be able to continue here. I don't think he's thinking about calling. He's thinking about re-raising or folding. Also doesn't want to give off a time and tell. And he will finally make the fold. So Capitan getting the win, and that's going to take him up to over $100 profit thus far. Looks like we have no straddle this hand, so action will be under the gun to CeeLo. If everybody's card scanned properly, then the camera should be on CeeLo, and it is. Hello. So Kraken with the ace-7 last hand, raising it up. Now he has a better ace. It's also suited. Nobody's entered the pot, so maybe between 10 and 15. Looks like it's going to be 15. Villain with the 6 deuce. El Gallo with an ace. He will get rid of it, and it looks like everybody folds. Kraken actually is a content creator, Kraken_poker, and it is in Espanol. So Kraken joining us tonight from Mexico. I believe he lives in the Monterrey area, Monterrey, Mexico. So Kraken with the King 9. Looks like he's going to raise 3 straight times. And looks like it's going to be 15 once again. I believe they punched it in wrong. It might be 6. 6 might have been announced. No, it is indeed a $15 raise. So the production crew punching it in wrong. So Kraken raising it to 15. So the pot is actually going to be more than what it's indicating there. As it's going to come 9 high, very wet board. Kraken flopping a pair. But it's going to be hard for him to continue multi-way here. And he does check as Capitan needed a 7 for a straight. So any queen makes a straight, but nobody has a queen. And everybody checking again. So Capitan deep into conversation. Is straight on the board. Basically, if anybody bets at this pot, they should win. But will somebody represent the queen? And that is going to be, Capitan. So I think at least one player is going to call the 15. But he is going to get a couple of players to fold here, I believe. Get Cicilo gets out of the way. Any queen making a straight. There's a straight on the board. Seven, 8, 9, 10, Jack. Yeah, so the villain going to keep him honest. The villain is going to keep him honest. Capitan actually has a 6-card straight from the 6 to the Jack. But obviously the best 5 cards are going to be from the 7 to the Jack, so they will chop it up. And the reason why he chose the name Captain Capitan is he is actually a pilot. Flies jets. No straddle this hand. Action is going to be on newbie. And he gets rid of his cards. And once again, it is Capitan's cards not scanning properly. So the way the camera works is that they automatically will focus on the player whose action it is on. So you can see the actions on Capitan. And then once it's going to be here on seat 8, camera will switch. $10 raise. And everybody calling the raise as we're going 5 ways to a flop. The ace high out in front right now. And it's going to come king high 2 diamonds. Pedro flopping bottom 2 pair. Nobody with diamonds. Does Pedro bet his bottom 2 pair? And looks like he's going to bet exactly half the pot, $25 into $50. Gabriel wishing everybody good luck. And Pedro gonna take down the pot with bottom 2 pair. Don't forget about the Trailblazer series, as that event will be taking place here, December 19th.
You drive a motorcycle. No, he does. I've seen him. That's what I'm saying. He's a pilot. I remember. You know he's looking for a thrill. You know what's funny? Is the last time I played with him, he was outside by his bike. I was like, you drive.
So CeeLo with the button straddle to 10. Don Neto calling with his suited queen. And everybody else getting out of the way as CeeLo will flop top pair. But it is Don Neto who's going to lead here. And it's a small lead. CeeLo making the call. Don Neto looking for a club, a queen, a deuce. And he's going to continue here. I don't think CeeLo's going to fold his top pair and gut shot. And as a matter of fact, he's going to move all in. And Don Neto going to look him up here with just bottom pair. To the river we go. And it's a paint card, but it is a king, not a queen. So CeeLo going to be doubling up for the second time tonight. So Trailblazer series down here, basically between the week of Christmas and New Year. The Poker Atlas Tour is actually in Austin right now, and the flights have started for event number 2. The final table of event number 1 is actually being streamed right now on our main channel. So got a little variety for you tonight. As if you like to watch cash games, then we are streaming the cash game on this channel. Texas Card House, 3 different words. This is the secondary channel. The main channel does have a tournament. Of course, the main channel for all Texas Card House locations is going to be TCH Live. So TCH altogether, spacebar live. That is the main channel for all TCH locations, and they are streaming event number 1 from the Poker Atlas Tour, which is taking place right now at our Austin location. So TCH Social in Austin. The beginning of December, they are hosting the Poker Atlas, which is right now. And then at the end of the month, we will be hosting the Trailblazer series. Capitan with the Ace King, raising it up to 25, and you be calling out of the small blind here. And you be still going to need some help, as he does check it over to the pre-flop aggressor. And the pre-flop aggressor going to continue on here. So if you're still not subscribed to this channel, make sure you do take care of it, as I do tend to repeat myself during the stream, and it is by design. I do realize that there are new people tuning in and tuning out, so if you still have not subscribed to this channel, you think you might be subscribed to this channel, but chances are you're not. And the reason why I say that is the main channel, TCH Live, has over 50,000 subscribers. this channel, the secondary channel for all Texas Card House locations, only has 2,000 subscribers. So if you can do me a favor and hit the subscribe button, we are trying to build up this secondary channel. Really helps out with the algorithm. Oscar with the aces. And looks like he's raising it up to 20. Don Neto with the queen 9 making the call. Kraken getting out of the way. Pedro coming along with the suited king. And the villain makes the call. Believe Capitan is priced in here with the suited king, as it's going to be $18 more for him to call, and he will make the call, and we will go 5 ways to a flop. So Oscar liking his hand right now, but doesn't like the fact that we're going 5 ways to a flop. And now he likes his hand again, as he's going to flop top set. Does he play it slow? I think he should bet here, especially multi-way, as there are a lot of possible draws. $101 in the pot. He is going to put out a continuation bet. It's going to be on the small size. Looks like about 30. It's 25, so no, it's 35. So betting about a third of the pot. You can see Don Neto, who's pretty much drawn dead, has to go runner, 9-9. And somebody folded a 9, so Don Neto with the 0% drawn dead, put it in $35 here, as Pedro gonna get a little more airtime here, as will make the fold. The villain does the same, and Capitan as well. So Don Neto does not want to see a queen, cannot see a 9, but he does see a queen, so Don Neto's getting ready to lose all his chips, and as I said, he's drawn dead. Oscar sizing up here on the turn. Don Neto should be going all in. Oscar makes the call, and Don Neto drawn dead. D-E-D, dead. So 2 pair, no good, as Oscar will show the set of aces. And I think that's going to do it for Don Neto. Don Neto's old school. Not going to force it. I do know we do have a waiting list. There's probably about 5 people on that waiting list. And you can see Oscar up over $600. So these players started playing at 6:02 Central Time, 6:02 Central Time, Texas time, Central Time. And then you add the 15-minute delay, which is pretty much standard for all streams, and we started streaming at 6:17. So we are almost an hour into tonight's stream, losing our first player, but as I said, he will get replaced. You be raising it here with the 7-3 offsuit. Is raising it from the cutoff. Kraken on the button, though, has the suited ace. I don't think he's going to be folding. And he's going to put in a small raise here. Looks like 40. Pedro with the suited king will make the fold. The villain was thinking about calling the 15. And looks like he's going to call the 40 with the king 4 offsuit, defending his big blind. You be pretty much priced in here as he does close the action. And we're going 3 ways to a $124 pot. Kraken with the best hand right now. But the villain gonna outflop him. Flopping a 4, bottom pair. You be flopping a gut shot, needing a 5. The villain with less than $100 left in his stack, so less than a pot-sized bet. Cannot feel too comfortable with bottom pair here. Oh, he's just gonna go with it. Kind of makes sense, as he was hoping to hit a pair. And he does. So I don't think Kraken can call here, but you can see he has 4 outs, should actually have 6 outs, but 2 of those outs have been folded. So the villain calling a 3-bet pre-flop with King 4 offsuit, and he figured if he hit anything, he was going to go with it, and he hit something. It's bottom pair, but he's still going with it. So making a bit of a loose call pre-flop, but I think his plan was if he hit anything, he was going to go with it. And looks like it's going to work here. No, the villain not letting him have it, as the villain does have some backdoor outs. Runner, runner flush, runner, runner straight. As here comes the turn. Oh, there's one of the outs. And he hits both his outs. So the Kraken deciding to make a loose call, and it pays off right away, as looks like we have somebody taking seat 1, as the dealer will ship the pot over to Kraken. And as I said, he is a content creator, Kraken_poker, and just to be advised, it is in Espanol. It is in Espanol, which is either very good or very bad. As if you are a Spanish speaker, I don't know if there's a ton of poker content out there in Espanol, but he does have some poker content that you can check out. And the villain gonna be putting in the rebuy, and we do have seat 1 being taken. And I believe I know who that is. Let me just confirm once they put his information in the system. Yeah, there's the rebuy from the villain. So seat 1 is going to be, yep, it's going to be New York Bob.
Do I know him, George? I don't know. And then we had Son of Chaos. Oh, yeah.
So it looks like El Gallo thought he was the big blind, but the dealer pushing back the chips, letting him know the action's not on him. And I think Capitan's cards were not scanned. There we go.
Oh, you got magazine? Are you serious? I'm crying, bro. Really?
CeeLo limping here. New York Bob maybe came here directly from New York, as he is with the jacket and the hat. So maybe he just got here from New York. No direct flights from New York, but I'm sure you can connect through Houston pretty easy.
The stream was running, they cut it short. They didn't want to go. They had it on the video. Somebody still has that video.
So Pedro put it on the 3-bet here. Newbie, we saw him raise with the 7-3 earlier, and now he's raising with the 8-4. You will see some unconventional plays from Newbie, as he is a newbie, so it's in his name. They are who we thought they were. And looks like we have a dealer change coming up. Yep. So the normal down for the dealers on the stream is an hour. Normal stream at a regular table is going to be half an hour, but on the stream, oh, so it is seat 6's birthday. So I believe they do have a cake for him.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jeffrey. Happy birthday to you.
Hey, let him get the first picture. He'll hit you.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Happy birthday, you motherfucker.
So a quick break as we change dealers and as the table sung happy birthday to seat 6, Capitan, the captain. As I said, he does fly jets. New York Bob coming in from the cold, even though it's really not cold down here. We're in South Texas. I want to say it's probably in the 70s right now. Yeah, it's in the 70s right now. New York Bob raising it to 15. Kraken picking up the ace king. Should go to maybe about 65. And looks like he agrees with me. That's going to be 60. Yeah, so they are taking orders for the cake. Oh, Pedro also with the ace king. So 2 players with the ace king. Pedro doesn't know what to do here. Oh, wow, he's going to fold. Did not want to play a big pot. And you can see New York Bob makes the call. And Newbie also making the call. So basically all the cards accounted for, ace through 9. Ace, king, queen, 10, jack 9. Oh, and it's going to come 3 aces. Pedro going to be kicking himself that he didn't play the ace king, but he actually left the table. So maybe that's why he folded. Maybe Mother Nature was calling, and he didn't want to play a big pot, needing to go to the bathroom. 2 spades on the flop. Kraken with no spades will put out a continuation bet. Probably betting most of his range here once it's checked to him. Sometimes he's going to have it, sometimes he's not. We can see this time he does have it. But New York Bob doesn't believe him. So I don't even think New York Bob has any backdoor draws here, as there's no diamonds on the flop. New York Bob just does not believe that Kraken has an ace here, and he's going to try to take the pot away from him on the turn. 2 hearts on the flop, so 2 spades, 2 hearts. I think if a spade came, New York Bob was going to represent it. And let's see if Kraken continues here. I think he should, as your opponent is either going to have an ace like you and you have him out kicked, or your opponent is normally going to have a pocket pair here and just doesn't believe that you have an ace. So Kraken with $300 in the pot. Actually has less than a pot-sized bet left. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's Bob with less than a pot-sized bet left. And Kraken with another small bet here. And as I said, New York Bob just does not believe that Kraken has an ace. Oh, New York Bob says all in. Kraken snap calling him, and for the second time tonight, seat number 1 going to be drawn dead.
I voted the winner, guys.
Pedro announced it to the table. He folded the winner, but that is not true. He folded the chop.
I know.
So Don Neto losing in seat 1, and now New York Bob losing all his chips in seat 1 as well.
I don't have an issue. La misma mano. No, la misma mano de
So chat regular, Phony Turgeson. Hello everyone, happy hump day. Hope you have a great like and night. And hit the like button. What kind of car is that in his little bio there?
What's that? Nah, chocolate cake.
So New York Bob gonna be rebuying, but he's gonna have to go secure some funds first. And as I said, when they switched dealers, they did sing happy birthday to Capitan. And you can see they're passing out the cake. I only eat Cynthia's cakes. So Capitan making the call. And we're going 5 ways to a flop. Damn, Phony Turgeson. A ZL1 Camaro, 6-speed. Nice. So the villain turning a jack, and he will win the pot. So it appears Phony Turgeson living his life a quarter mile at a time with his 6-speed Camaro.
Okay, I got back-to-back ace king. One of them was clubs, the other one was options.
So Pedro announced it to the table that he did fold ace king pre-flop that last hand, and the table does not believe him. All right, New York Bob is back. It looks like he brought some more ammunition.
I see like there's gonna be another opportunity.
Cracking with the suited Jack 10. Thinking how much to raise it to. I like 20. Did he hear me? No, it's not possible. We're on a 15-minute delay. But as they say, great minds think alike. The villain with the suited ace making the call. El Gallo with the 5s also makes the call. New York Bob just sat back down, gonna enjoy some cake before he gets involved in another hand. And Yubi will make another unconventional call with the 6 high. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There will be blood. So villain flopping an ace, Kraken flopping a flush draw, but it is El Gallo flopping the set, and it looks like everybody's gonna check to El Gallo. No, the villain puts out a tiny $15 bet. So actually Kraken had not acted. Kraken had not acted, and the villain making a $15 bet. And it El Gallo raising. He figures one of his opponents has an ace, and he is correct. You can see the villain's already cutting out a call here. We'll see if that influences Kraken's action. $150 in the pot. Kraken needing to call 50. See if he does make the call. No, he's worried. He's worried about the villain. Doesn't want to go 3 ways to a turn. And of course, that means the diamond's going to come, right? He folded, so a diamond's coming? Oh, no, that jack would have got him in trouble. The card reader actually reading it, it's the 7 of diamonds, but we can see it as the jack of hearts. $187 in the pot. We'll see how big El Gallo bets here. He's going to say 125. And the villain with the quick fold, he did not like his kicker. So actually, his kicker saving him money there. Once again, that was a jack on the turn, not a 7. So both Oscar and Kraken up over $500. The birthday boy, Capitan, he was on the thumbnail. If you noticed the stream on the thumbnail, it did say birthday stream and had his photo on there. And then Pedro up. Everybody else in the red. No straddle this hand, just your normal 1-3. Newbie, there you go. Just calling with the 8s under the gun. I saw him raise with 8-4 earlier, but he just calls with the pocket 8s here. The villain making the call with the ace-10. El Gallo calling with the suited ace. Oscar with the ace-jack. Maybe a 3-bet would have been good there, especially being on the button. And something for 3 players. Newbie flopping open-ended with the pocket 8s. New York Bob flopping bottom pair and a gut shot with the 7-6. CeeLo flopping top pair and a straight draw with the jack-10. And villain flopping top pair with the ace kicker. So this is shaping up to be a possible big pot. I think CeeLo's going to go all in. No. It's only a $30 bet, so he likes the price, and he will pay the price. Oh, it was Newbie betting the $30. Board pairing, so New York Bob would have hit trips. And now CeeLo's going to be going all in. And he's probably going to get a call from at least one of these players. Yeah, Newbie going with the hand here. Oh, and villain makes the call as well. So CeeLo needing, what does CeeLo need? CeeLo needs an 8. No, the 8 doesn't work because it gives Newbie. He can't hit a jack because the jack will give Newbie a straight. He can't hit an 8 because that'll give Newbie a boat. I don't see how he's 3%. But the best hand right now is the villain.
So you wanted to bring private planes right here from the Curry. So like you wanted to rent a
CeeLo announcing it is a chop pot, and it is not. The ace kicker for the villain playing, and he will win the $569 pot. And CeeLo gonna have to rebuy. I think he was drawn dead on the turn. Once UB called, I think he was drawn dead. I'm trying to figure. Oh, a 10. He needed a 10 to chop. So he could not win the hand outright. He could only chop with the villain, and that's why he was at 3%, as a 10 would give him a full house with the villain, 10s full of 7s. He could not win the pot outright. So another rebuy, this time coming from CeeLo. Turns out 3 strikes and you're out. That was the 3rd time tonight he has been all in. He doubled up the previous 2 hands. But this time, he's going to have to rebuy to continue on. As I believe he announced a straddle on the button. He doesn't have any chips. Yes, $10 is announced on the button. The dealer Ashley letting the players know. Oh, so I just realized it was a double knockout, as both CeeLo and Newbie losing all their chips. Newbie with the pocket 6s has the best hand right now, as we're going 4 ways to a flop. And Newbie still with the best hand. But you can see CeeLo has the best equity. He has any king, queen, 9 will put him out in front. He also has backdoor hearts, the only player with a heart in his hand. And that'll get the job done. So Poker Atlas Tour. No, wait, that's... Is this us? No, that's Dallas. Sorry, wrong pocket. Yeah, so Poker Atlas Tour going on right now at TCA Social in Austin. And then the Trailblazer Series will be going on here at the end of the month. Heads up we go. Big flop for New York Bob here as he flops the open-ended straight draw. You can see El Gallo deciding to get a little sticky with the 4-5, and it's going to cost him. as he's not going to be able to call this continuation bet. Is that an MIT hat that El Gallo has? All right, so New York Bob taking off his winter hat. As I've said in previous streams, we do have mild winters down here. It was in the 70s today. So no straddle this hand. No straddle this hand, as action will be on the villain. There's the VPIP. And there it went. All hearts on the flop. CeeLo with the Oni heart. Pedro with the ace, but he's going to check. And Yubi. Yubi making the bet. As I said, he does make very unconventional plays. And sometimes they work and he looks like a genius. So Newbie with the, like I said, unconventional play. And this time, working out for him. Goddamn genius, Gump.
Did you win? Give him the 50 back. You know what he did? He went and said it the other day. But I wanted that table.
All right, so no straddle once again. El Capitan with the suited queen, the birthday boy. Feliz cumpleaños. He's a semi-chat regular when he's not playing on the stream. He does chime in on the chat, but he chimes in Spanish. So we're going 3 ways to a flop. The 7's the best hand. And now the 7's flopping a set. Pedro flopping a flush draw. How fast does CeeLo play this set? I actually like a call in position. Oh, and he does just that. So Pedro looking for a heart that is not the jack of hearts. Oh, it's going to be a black ace. And now Pedro slowing down. CeeLo wants to get a call from a jack here. But Pedro's going to be calling him with the hearts. Pedro going to be looking for a heart that doesn't pair the board. And it's going to come jack-jack. So CeeLo really hoping his opponent has a jack here, but we can see that is not the case, as he will put out a bet on the river. And Pedro missing his flush draw, not going to be able to call him.
No, there's no high hand. 10 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon.
So CeeLo did not want to show his hand unless if there was a high hand in play. And there are no high hands at night. There's high hands during the day. So there's high hands during the day here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. All right, we do have a straddle. El Gallo put in $8 under the gun. So action will be on Oscar, who is the big winner thus far tonight. It's going to be 8 to see, 8 to skate, as the Cajun Asian would say. Bob with the suited ace. Folds. And it was suited. Kraken confirming if it is a straddle. Pedro on the button with the 10-3. I think he announced fold. Oh, El Gallo. Perfect time to pick up a hand, as it does look like a squeeze play. But his opponents really don't have anything to call him with. That's not going to stop the villain, though. The villain likes to defend his blind. You have some people who like to defend their blinds, and the villain is one of them. And actually, it's going to be 60-40 here. Well, not anymore. Queen high flop, 2 spades. Villain going to be checking it. El Gallo should put out a continuation bet and should win this hand. Quick fold from the villain. We do appreciate that, as I'm sure you do as well. Let us know in the comments where you're listening from tonight. I know last Friday night, so on Fridays we stream on the main channel, which is TCH Live. A tournament is currently being streamed on that channel, and that's one of the reasons why this secondary channel was set up, is that way there would always be an open channel to stream a cash game if need be. And that's what we're doing right now. As I've said a couple of times already, if you're still not subscribed to this channel, this is the secondary channel, Texas Card House, 3 different words. Make sure you take care of that. That way you don't miss out on any of the cash game streams, not only from our location, but from other Texas Card House locations. So El Gallo with the mystery hand. So 10-9-4, 2 clubs, open-ended for CeeLo, and he's going to bet. Still don't know what El Gallo has. Capitan with a gut shot, needing a queen. A jack will also work for him. So we're going heads up to a turn. Open-ended versus gut shot straight draw. Both players with overcards. But it is CeeLo with the clubs. And he was your aggressor on the flop, but now it looks like he's slowing down. King coming on the river. Very interesting card, as it does give CeeLo a flush and gives Capitan top pair. Looks like CeeLo's going to be going for some value on the river. No, he checked. Oh, CeeLo bet $15. Yeah. So some real thin value. Some real thin value from CeeLo there, putting out a $15 bet into a pot of over $100 in it. And it's going to get him paid an extra $15. Can use that to buy a Whataburger on his way home. So New York Bob down a buy-in, but we still have about 2.5 hours to go in tonight's stream, so a lot of time for him to turn it around. As action's going to be on CeeLo. Oh, the ace-king. And he's going to be raising it to 15. New York Bob calling with his own paint cards. The queen and the jack. Villain with tens. Does he just call or does he put in the 3-bet? Looks like he's going to put in the 3-bet. Looks like a pretty good size in here. 75. Capitan with the sevens, but I don't think he wants to call 75. How much does CeeLo have? Oh, CeeLo has over 500, so he can. He might put in a 4-bet since there is a player between them. New York Bob is between them, so he might want to get it heads up here. I don't think he's folding, but he might know. He's just going to call here. And does this bring New York Bob in? You can see New York Bob is thinking he's priced in. He is closing the action here, but he also knows that his queen or jack might be dominated. That's not the case here, as he does have 2 live cards. And looks like he's going to be completing. And we're going 3 ways to a flop of over $220 in. And New York Bob going to be hitting a jack. So the 10s needed to avoid everything above the 10. And there's only 1 overcard to the 10s. New York Bob has it, and he does check. Time for CeeLo to get out of the way. He might be sticky here. And New York Bob might put the villain all in here. As you can see, the pot is already over $300.
Come on, baby, hit 2. What do you got, Bader? I got Bader at
Yeah, CeeLo going to get out of the way.
They're down 4
And
right
does
now,
New York
but
Bob
they're
put them all in? That is the question. And the answer is no, he just calls. So the villain looking for a 10.
I know.
A queen or an 8 will give him some outs. Board pairing. I think the villain's done with this hand, done betting. No.
So they could lose by the 3.
He bets
So I need them to be down 2.
another $100. And New York Bob really feels like the villain has an overpair to the jacks. So he's just calling. And New York Bob checking once again, hoping his opponent checks, and that is the case. So New York Bob will show the jack.
Because that number 10 right there is not a good free throw.
New York Bob thought his opponent might have aces or kings,
Small forward type.
but he wasn't folding.
And the big man sucks too at free throws, so and they're fighting them in the lot in the end. Wow, there's a fucking like ace.
So that's going to get New York Bob. That one pot is going to get New York Bob into the green, as New York Bob was down $300 before that hand started, and now he is up $48. And he's going to put those chips to work immediately, putting on a $10 under the gun straddle. Action's going to be on UB. Pedro with the suited queen. Says no thank you. So New York Bob getting a walk. He straddled under the gun. Nobody calls the $10. That's the way it goes sometimes. It doesn't matter what you have. You could have aces every hand. Your opponent needs some sort of decent hand to call you with. So action on UB once again. And once again, he will fold under the gun. UB, he fights demons. That's what his shirt says. All right, looks like everybody calling the $3. Oscar with the suited queen calling. CeeLo with the suited ace raising. A bit on the small side for my liking, just because you're going to be out of position. Does have the best hand right now, but as I said, you are going to be out of position multi-way. 3 players with spades. Let's see some spades. So over half the spades accounted for. Of course, no spades. But Capitan going to be hitting top pair with the Jack 10. Over $78 in the pot. And looks like Capitan going to be putting out about a pot-sized bet. As a matter of fact, it's over a pot-sized bet as he bets 85. And nobody's going to be able to call him. Oh, the villain. The villain has a gut shot. And the villain does not like to fold. So he's going to call, and all of his 8s are live. All the 8s are still in the deck. Oh, I thought that was an 8. It looks like Capitan has had enough. He's going to put the villain all in. Villain already down a buy-in. Will he be down 2 buy-ins? All his 8s are live. That's one of the cool things about the live stream. It does keep track of the cards that have been dealt out and folded. And the villain not willing to go down 2 buy-ins to see an 8 on the river. So Trailblazer Series started on December the 19th here in the Rio Grande Valley. The tournament is great, but you need to look at the very bottom here, which is extra value into this tournament. First thing is, it's going to be 2x points for the leaderboard. Keep in mind, the Trailblazer Series is making a stop at all the Texas Card House locations, has already made a stop at TCH Social in Austin, and just made a stop last month at Texas Card House in Spring. So it's going to be 2x leaderboard points, and it is going to be the one to the far right, unlimited hours. So the player who enters the most is going to win unlimited hours for the most flights played. And of course, if you bag more than once, you're able to collect bonuses that way as well. CeeLo had deuces earlier, did not work out for him, as he did straddle. Deuces might get him in trouble as he does have a gut shot. Kraken with the 9s, really liking this flop, but he's going to check. King coming on the turn. It is the Suicide King, the King of Hearts, the only king without a mustache. And it's going to go check again. Oh, there's the deuce for CeeLo. And it's going to go check again. Any 4 making a straight. Keep in mind that is a King of Hearts on the turn, not a 6 of spades. And we have seen the river. It is a deuce. The RFID reader not picking up the river. Kraken thinking about making a hero call here. Any 4 makes a straight. So he might get away from the 9s based upon that fact. The king also beats him. Plus he has the villain in between to worry about. Kraken very deliberate in his actions. Doesn't want to give off the time intels.
Bucket.
Oh, looks like he's going to put on the cape here. Yeah, with the hero call on the river, and CeeLo going to show him the deuces.
Oh my gosh, who are you passing it to, big man?
So as I said, the Trailblazer series making a stop here. If you played in the stop in Austin or the stop in Spring, and you made a run in any of the tournaments, like the Final Table tournament or maybe cashed in a couple of tournaments, well, you have some points for the Trailblazer. One of the reasons why it's called the Trailblazer series is the player with the most points is going to win a brand new Chevy Trailblazer. So you can double those points by any cash here at this event. It is double points. So if you know of anybody that has made a final table at any of the Trailblazer events, either at TCH Social in Austin or Texas Card House in Spring, make sure you let them know it's double points down here. And even if you don't get first overall, the top 50 points qualify for a 50K free roll that'll be taking place in May. Oh, the villain going with the King 10 here. And we'll see if Capitan looks him up here with the suited ace. I think he will because it's suited. It only adds about 2% to your hand, but it makes it look so much prettier. And yes, indeed, he is going to make the call. The villain not in terrible shape as he does have 2 live cards. Pedro can't call here with the 6s. He folded ace-king earlier to a 4-bet, so he's not calling with the 6s here. As I said, the villain isn't in terrible shape. Basically 60-40 once the graphics clear up. And they're talking about running it once or twice, and I believe they have agreed to twice. So we will see 2 complete boards. The winner of the first board will get half the pot. The winner of the second board will get the other half. So 6s would have been good there. Burn is down. Here's the next run out. And villain hitting his king does not want to hit the 10. Oh wait, no, there's no king on the board. So yeah, they will chop it up. So as they chop up the pot, we will remind you about the Trailblazer series.
Trailblazer SUV, the Trailblazer Points Championship is here. The more you play and the higher you rank in the Trailblazer Poker Tour, the better your chances are. The best tournament player in the Trailblazer Poker Tour drives away with this grand prize. For full details on the Trailblazer Poker Tour and the Points Championship, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
And normally, you are given a cash option as well. Anytime you win a car, the dealership will try to buy it back from you. Obviously, they're not going to give you exactly what the vehicle was paid for, but at the same time, it's going to be pretty close. So I would imagine a new Trailblazer going for probably about $25K. And then on top of that, since you finished in the top 50, well, you're still entered into free roll. So real good deal there. Oh, New York Bob with the ladies. So El Gallo getting 3-bet, King Jack offsuit. He's going to let it go. And New York Bob will show the ladies.
Head out, the head out.
I'm sure. I'm just trying to communicate. So.
Every time I try to like mix it up and get something in there with
Valley poker players. The $60,000 guaranteed Trailblazer Poker Tour is coming to Texas Card House RGV from December 19th through December 29th. $175 buy-in. Tons of great perks for playing at this tour stop. Flights at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. every day except Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. For full details, structure, and more, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
So Capitan, the airline pilot, making the call with the fives. El Gallo, who just raised last hand with King High, raising it up with King High once again.
there you go, there you go.
Oscar immediately calling him. CeeLo does the same. And what's Newbie going to do? You never know what Newbie's going to do because he never knows what he's going to do. And it looks like Newbie's just going to call with his King-Queen suited. Pedro with the Ace-Queen should be putting out a pretty big 3-bet here out of the blind. Should be. That doesn't mean that he is. It needs to be, I would say 75. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's already $60. There's over $60 in there already dead. So it should be about 75. Looks like a little bit less, maybe 65. It's going to be 70, right in between. I like 75. He likes 70, but either way, the 3-bet is put on. And you can see if just one person calls, he's going to have a pot-sized bet left, as he has $200 left in his stack. So pretty much setting up a jam on the flop. El Gallo, second time, he gets 3-bet with his King High, raised with King Jack last time, got 3-bet. And CeeLo actually has the best hand right now with the 4s, and he's not letting go. Newbie with the suited king queen makes the call as well. Newbie in very bad shape here. Never mind. Newbie flopping a flush. CeeLo flopping a set. And we're about to see an all-in from one of these players. You can see Newbie has exactly a pot-sized bet left. And as I said, it's hard to figure out what he's going to do, as he's pretty much doesn't know what he's going to do until the last second. And he's going to go all in here. So Pedro getting unlucky as he had the king-queen dominated. CeeLo going to be calling with the set. And we're going to have about a $700 pot.
Go make a lip. They're gonna let you lay that.
Dude, that was a foul, bro.
That was a foul, bro. That was a
There's the call. $712 pot. And CeeLo wanting the board to pair. Let us know in the comments if you think the board's going to pair. I think the board's going to pair.
Probably has a pair.
Oh, quads. Quadzilla.
Man,
Newbie did not like that run out, as not only the board paired, another heart came out. So Newbie with 4 fours.
Georgie.
Yes.
So nice hand for CeeLo.
He says, I'm not scared.
Well, as soon as he saw
So the C, the initial for his first name, and the LO, the first 2 letters of his last name, Lopez.
But he said, hey, I don't mess around.
There's the VPIP, the villain up at over 60%. Both 3 players in the 20 percentile. The Kraken at 21%, Oscar and Pedro at 29%. But you have the villain with the highest VPIP right now.
even though you tried to get that discount.
So the villain in at 64% of the time. Both Captain and CeeLo also in at over 50%.
Yes! Oh, missed it. One more.
Voluntarily put money in pot. So they're not a small blind or big blind. They can straddle, that counts towards the VPIP. They can limp or they can raise.
Pop the three, pop the three.
No, they need to go down there.
If they do any of those 3 things, then they do get credited for the VPIP.
No, that's so it's a player.
No, when someone comes in.
Sometimes this thing's already set up for like. Oh, there's a green on that red flag.
Looks like we have a Kraken fan in the chat, Ricardo.
They caught a foul away.
Yeah, but how lucky can you be that they went for 2, bro? I'm sorry, that's lucky right there.
So Gallo raising for the 3rd straight hand. This time he has 10 high.
There's no way that guy fouled him in 0.7 seconds, bro. There's no way. Look. There's 0.7 seconds.
And once again, his timing is off.
0.7 seconds.
For the 3rd straight time, he's gonna get 3-bet.
There's no way that he fouls him in 0.7 seconds.
And he might call this just because he is a bit on the frustrated side. And yes, indeed, he does call it.
Some bullshit.
A little, I do understand why he's calling this, but actually if he saw his opponent's hand, he would be calling for sure. The villain out of the small blind does not like to leave his chips out there. So he's going to be making the call.
How could you foul somebody in 0.7 seconds? That is stupid.
Oh, and we're going to have another big pot. So Oscar with aces earlier, flopping top set.
There was, when he laid it up,
And once again, top set for the aces. This time it is the captain. Flush draw. That is a 8 of spades. No, it's a 6 of spades, excuse me. 5 of spades, 6 of spades. And El Gallo going to be making the call here. The villain, I was going to say the villain might come along, but his stack size is too shallow. He has about $100, so this will be half his stack to call here with middle pair. But he doesn't like to leave his chips out there. He defends his blinds, and he's pretty much drawn dead, but he's going to make the call. And the captain, liking the situation here with top set.
No mames, fuck you!
Oh, the spade coming on the turn. I don't think Capitan is folding, though. He has top set.
Yes,
And you can see he is continuing on here.
On to the Kansas game. I have 50 on that.
Gallo called to hit a spade. He's not going anywhere. Villain drawn dead. Only has $50 left. There's the all-in. Well, Villain's going to save that $50. Capitan going to be making the call with the set. You're never folding a set here, especially a top set. If they got the flush draw, you still have outs. And they are talking about going once or twice. And I believe twice is what is agreed upon. So the birthday boy about to get his aces cracked if the board doesn't pair. That's not it. And that's not it. So the 9-10 from El Gallo cracking the aces. So they will get a count. And while they get the count, of course, we're going to talk about the Trailblazer series.
Poker del Valle. Trailblazer Tour de $60,000 llega a Texas Card House RGV desde el 19 al 29 de diciembre. Solo $175 para entrar, además de múltiples premios. Habrán 2 oportunidades diarias para entrar. Para más detalles, visite a texascardhouse.com.
So yeah, in Espanol. As I said, the Kraken in seat 3 is from Mexico, and we're gonna have a dealer change. Right now, TCH Social in Austin running the Poker Atlas Tour.
The Poker Atlas Tour is coming to TCH Social Austin, December 3rd through 16th. 15 different tournaments, including the $250,000 stocking stuffer and the $500,000 title event. For full details, structures, and satellite information, visit the Poker Atlas app or TexasCardHouse.com.
Once again, guys, thank you guys for putting our stream, and good luck to everybody.
Yeah, and event number 1 is actually being streamed right now on our main channel, TCH Live, TCH all together, and then a spacebar live. It is the 50K Turkey Hangover Tournament, event number 1 of the Poker Atlas Tour. Nice trophy they're giving out. Trofeo en español.
Went to a poker with the Shark in Columbus. $30 a day to play poker. Damn. As long as they're open.
Oh, 7-4.
So we're going 3 ways to a flop. The ace queen of Oscar, the best hand right now. And he's going to hit top pair. Open-ended for Capitan, who just got his aces cracked. Might decide to play this hand fast, and that looks like what he's doing. So a gut shot for Villain, as he did add on to his stack, showing he has 200. Yeah, he added on. So everybody calling here. Big blank on the turn. Does Capitan continue on? It looks like he is. So he's betting this draw pretty aggressive here. Oscar with top pair, top kicker. Not going anywhere. It's either an $80 or $100 bet. Thinking it's a $100 bet. Yeah, so the 2 did not register. So once it registers, now the action will continue. Yeah, it's $105 on the turn. And everybody calling here. So almost a $500 pot as we're going to the river. 2 players on a draw. And the Villain's going to hit the nut straight. Capitan hitting a pair of 10s. How much does he have left in his stack? Oh, he's going to... Oscar getting a very good price on his top pair, but any jack makes a straight. And he's going to get away from it, it looks like. $100 to win. $563, getting a real good price. But it is a very scary board. And he will get away from it. And now the Villain should be going all in. He has the nut straight. And there's the all in. And the captain only has a couple of dollars left, so he's going to call it off. So however much the captain paid last time when his aces got cracked, something was not inputted correctly because it's showing he says chips in front of him. But no, those are all his chips as the Villain living up to his name. Taking all of the birthday boy's chips. Who does that? The Villain does that. And I believe the captain is going to rebuy, but he needs to go secure funds. So after losing that pot, that's actually going to bring the Kraken up to the leaderboard right now.
Alex, seat open, Alex.
Oh, actually, we do have a seat open. I'm pretty sure there's a list. So they'll take care of the list, and we'll figure out who's next. Yeah, so the seat is being taken right now. That is the pause in the action as they are getting the information down for the player that is coming in.
Barrows, table 9.
Oh, no, wait. There he is. Yeah, I thought he was coming back, but then I heard seat open. Oh, newbie left. There we go. So we do have a new player in seat 2. We have a new player in seat 2. Seat 6 did come back, but newbie with the little quarterback sneak there.
16.
Yeah, I know newbie lost that big pot when he flopped the king high flush versus a set, and then his opponent turned quads. Open-ended straight draw for the villain. He just hit a gut shot last hand. So the open-ender should be easier to hit. And no, the board pair. So El Gallo with 2 pair, kings and jacks. It looks like he's going to go into check call mode. Pedro needing a 7. And the villain will miss his straight draw, but hit a pair. And the pair of queens is going to be good. All right, so everybody back in their seats. Seat number 2 is going to be the big spoon. Spoon with a $sign. So big spoon taking newbie seat. And we do have seat 6, Capitan, back in his seat. It is a $300 stack. There we go. They got it corrected.
Yeah, it is on, but I don't think they have a channel for that. It's not a big game.
So no straddle, but we are back to 9-handed. And the action's going to be on New York Bob, Long Island's very own. Has the ducks. Pedro with the 2 face cards. He will call the $3. The villain calls. Capitan with an ace. Also calls. El Gallo in the small. No, El Gallo's on the button, excuse me. So El Gallo going to be calling on the button. Oscar with the queen 6. Pot odds. CeeLo will check his option as we go 7 ways to a flop. So 7 ways to the flop. Big blind checking his option is 6 limpers. Limpin' is pimpin'. That's what the kids say. Flop coming 8 high with 2 spades. Nobody with an 8. Villain with a 4. Has the best hand right now, and he's going to bet $7. That's not going to get rid of the ace. Not going to get rid of Oscar, who has a gut shot, needing a 5. Bob wanting to see a deuce. There's only 1 deuce left, as one just got folded. So 4 ways to a turn, and it's going to be a spade. Bob is the only player that has the spade. Looks like everybody's going to check, and the river will be a 7. So the 4s of the villain will win this pot if it goes to showdown. $49 in the pot. And it does go to showdown. So the villain will show his 4. Hand number 45. We do stream every Wednesday night from 6 p.m. And when I say 6 p.m., I'm talking about that's the time the players start to play. When you add the 15-minute delay, then it is 6:15 when we actually start streaming, and we will stream for 4 hours. So normally we'll get about 85 to 90 hands on a normal Hold'em night. Big Spoon not at his seat. He will get mucked. El Gallo raising it up to 15 with the deuces. Oscar calling on his button. And New York Bob should be putting on a 3-bet here. Thinking 65? He thinks 50. El Gallo not gonna get out of the way. Does have the best hand. And this is probably going to price in Oscar. Or not. Ten high flop. The 3 looking like a deuce, but it is a 3. Your pre-flop aggressor, Bob, with the down bet. 3 bets to 50 pre-flop, down bet into 35 on the flop. The deuces of El Gallo still out in front. We'll make a small raise here. We're trying to figure out if New York Bob has a big hand, and since New York Bob just called, I don't think he puts him on a big hand. 7 on the turn. Deuce is still out in front. New York Bob going to slow down here. What does El Gallo do? $282 in the pot. Doesn't feel like New York Bob is super strong. And he's going to bet about half the pot here. Looks like 140. It's going to be 150. And if that 7 was a spade, New York Bob might be able to continue. We can see the 7 is a diamond. Saw Bob get sticky with Queen 9 earlier against Ace King when there was 2 aces on the flop. But I don't think he's going to get sticky this time. Big Spoon back in his seat. And New York Bob will indeed let it go.
I was on the button, I made a 15. I'm all over that.
I'll find out in 15 minutes.
Bob, I rated 15 from the button or the cutoff, and you raised and I called. I'm all over that, bro.
So El Gallo letting New York Bob know that he did have him beat, and he was telling the truth.
Exactly, but no matter whether his shit was better than my shit. I beat you.
So Button is on seat 9 for CeeLo.
And agree over there, but I don't see him. Hey, Bob, you know I'm not talking to you. You know I'm talking about the ghost over there, right?
So Big Spoon, the big blind, action on the Kraken. Somebody did not scan their cards. And once again, it's the birthday boy. So once the cards get scanned, the camera should focus on the Kraken as he raced to 15 under the gun. Yeah, Kraken with the king, queen of diamonds, raising it to 20. The villain calling with the ace, queen. And Oscar calling from the cutoff with the ace-7. So the villain in great shape here has both the Kraken and Oscar dominated with his ace-queen. As it's going to come 2 spades. Kraken was your pre-flop aggressor, raising under the gun. Picking up 2 calls, going to slow down now. Villain with the ace high does the same. And Oscar also checking. King coming on the turn, so the Kraken was in bad shape pre-flop and now is in great shape, catching the king. As now the villain can only hit an ace, and there's only 2 aces in the deck left. Kraken with a $25 bet. The villain already reaching for chips, not ready to let go of his ace-queen. Oscar will let go of his ace-high, figuring one of his opponents has a king or a jack, and he is correct. Oh, he's got a straight draw too, a 10. That is not a 10. So the Kraken coming from behind with the king-queen. How much value does he try to get on the river? $114 in the pot. Bet 25 on the turn. And looks like he's going to bet about 25 again on the river.
Jeffrey, no phone guys, please. They get mad at us from Austin.
So the Kraken putting out a small value bet here. It's 25 or 30. It is 30. And I think the villain's going to call because he's curious. You know what they say. Curiosity killed the cat. And the villain letting his curiosity get the best of him. He'll see he got really unlucky. And he's going to show the table just how unlucky he got. So a $99 win for a profit for the Kraken in that hand. And that'll take his stack up to over a $700 profit. So just 3 players in the green right now. Action will be under the gun on Pedro. I don't think he's at his seat. And there he is. The Chad Johnson, 8-5, he'll get rid of that. The villain with the suited connectors, making the call. El Gallo has the biggest VPIP thus far tonight. And this is one of the reasons why, as he's going to raise it up with the King Jack. Oscar with the better king just makes the call. CeeLo with the better hand also just making the call. And the villain likes to defend, and he will defend his limp as we're going 4 ways to a flop of 9-9 deuce. Nice flop for El Gallo to put a continuation bet, but he decides to check as it is multi-way. And we're going to a turn.
Can't see it that quick.
No, I didn't. Still wait. Couldn't get him out. I put the timer.
So player who bets will win this hand. And it looks like that player is going to be CeeLo. He actually has the best hand right now.
I was bluffing with the best hand.
So he is betting half pot here, $64 in the pot. It's check to him, and he's going to call here with this ace high. The villain needing a 5 for a straight. Looks like he's going to get sticky. Calling with the white chips, normally when you call with the smaller denomination chips, that's a sign of weakness. And we can see that is the case here. So the villain looking for a 3, 4, or 5. 7 of them remain in the deck. And the river's going to be a tray. So the villain get in there on the river. He's going to check, hoping that CeeLo also checks. And CeeLo is not going to bluff at it. So the villain will show the tray. CeeLo's not going to like it. So that win will take the villain up to a $20 profit. Speaking about $20, don't forget about our $20 tournament on Sundays. $20 to enter, $1,000 guaranteed every Sunday here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. Oh, El Gallo with the jacks. He's been pretty active racing pre-flop, and he's going to raise with the jacks here. Oscar calling with the, or Oscar putting on the 3-bet with the ace-jack. Basically a min race going from 15 to 30. Let's see how El Gallo proceeds. Never folding here. He's either calling or re-raising. He will be out of position, so it looks like he doesn't want to build a pot out of position, just going to be making the call. As we go heads up to a pot of Nintendo 64 in the middle. And that's a pretty bad flop for jacks. And it keeps getting worse. Oscar turning a straight. And he's going to put out a small bet here, a call me bet. And El Gallo is going to oblige as we go to a river. And the river will be a brick. How much does Oscar bet? 114. Going to size it up just a bit to about 50. 55. That was the speed limit when El Capitan first got his driver's license. He has a driver's license and a pilot license. He also has a motorcycle license. I have 2 of those 3 licenses myself. El Gallo doesn't like this board, but doesn't want to fold his hand. I feel like he's going to fold.
And the dog is outside the door with a big stick in his mouth. And the dog says, I can't bring a stick in the house. They bring in a whole fucking tree. That is pretty funny.
He's trying to talk himself into calling here, excuse me, as he has put an Oscar on 8, nines, or tens is what he's announcing. But as I said, I feel like he's going to fold.
Betting, bro. I like the way Oscar plays, man. He's pretty smart. They don't like losing. He's finally pulling the winner. He's got
Yeah, he finally does make the fold. And Oscar will show the straight. The Jack Ace. Some people, and by some people I mean this one person, calls it the John Andre.
every ring finally called. And then I played it, like I bet again, and you get there. It's like one of those.
So we'll see if the V-pip pops up again. I know it will randomly pop up between the hands. The default is set to the stack sizes because that's what everybody always asks about. Who won on the stream last night? It's the first question everybody asks. And then, of course, the second question to ask is, who lost?
You know what? That was my best.
Ace Jack of Diamonds for El Gallo. Oscar just beat him with Ace Jack offsuit. So now El Gallo going to be raising to 17. Oscar with the suited connectors going to take a little break. New York Bob with the tens. Here comes the 3-bet. No. Yes. So El Gallo has gotten 3-bet again. It's actually kind of rare in lower stakes like 1-2 and 1-3 to see a lot of 3-bets. And it seems like every time El Gallo raises, somebody is re-raising him. But most of the time they have it, which is the case most of the time. When you see a 3-bet in the lower stakes, they're going to have it. And New York Bob still has it. He's going to put out a half pot size bet.
I didn't even like when that Queen of Diamonds.
No hearts for El Gallo. We will make the quick fold. Let us know in the chat if you're watching from south of the border, as we are located in the Rio Grande Valley, which is the southernmost area of Texas. And Texas separated from Mexico by the Rio Grande Valley, which is how this area got its name. The Rio Grande River separated the United States and Mexico, the natural boundary. This area down here known as the Rio Grande Valley, but we do have a lot of people that commute between the two countries on a daily basis. The big cities that are right on the border, you have Reynosa, Mexico, which is in the state of Tamaulipas. The city alone probably has about 800K. And then further downriver, you got Matamoros. And then the biggest city about 2 hours away, very industrial, is Monterrey, Mexico. So we do have a lot of players that are on the other side of the border. And let us know if you are watching from the other side. Which would explain why we had the commercial in Spanish earlier for the Trailblazer series. Claro que sí. The villain likes to defend his blinds, and he will defend here with 4 high. And we are going 6 ways
We got 6 plays.
to a flop. The best hand right now, ace jack. Nobody with a pair. And it's going to come ace high. So the ace jack, top pair, the villain, bottom pair. And CeeLo with a gut shot, needing a 6. And he's going to bet that gut shot $20. Big Spoon with the ace jack. He's going all in. So pretty big overbet here, but Big Spoon, I think, just wants to get on the board. And he is on the leaderboard now. And Logan's actually going down this weekend to visit some family to Reno. Apparently that's what the kids call it nowadays. So right next to the city of Edinburg is the city of Far, Texas. That's Far with a PH and 2 R's. So Far, Texas, very big produce bridge. As a matter of fact, it is the largest, the busiest produce bridge in the country. So chances are, if you bought any fruits or vegetables recently, then they came from this area. They came through this bridge, the Far International Bridge, the busiest produce bridge. Oh, kings versus queens. A tiny 3-bet here with Pedro, and New York Bob is going to be putting on the 4-bet. And we are all in, kings versus queens. Bob had 2 black queens earlier.
I do have a pair.
Yeah, I have Charles.
I just don't like to say before action.
All right.
I mean, I'm all in, so I have to show.
They're not gonna win.
It's just a superstitious thing.
Pedro with the king of spades. So Bob in very bad shape, has one out, does not hit the out.
Nothing but nut players.
So kings versus queens, the ace comes on the river. None of the players liked that ace, but all the money was already in.
Next phase, I wasn't going to fold.
And well, obviously, only that Jack was out there. A Jack high flush.
It's the 3rd time I've had 5 queens. I've been in here an hour and a half.
So another pocket pair, this time it's 6s for CeeLo. Ace queen for the villain, raising it up as he should.
All right, we got 3 players to the flop.
And we're going 3 ways to a flop. CeeLo not going to like that flop, as there are 3 overcards open-ended for Capitan. Also has a backdoor flush draw. He's on the button. The villain with a straight draw of his own. So Capitan's king. The king would not be good for him. But a 7 will. And he's going to see one more card here. Or not. Yeah. I think he realizes the king is not going to be good for him. And that's why he paused. But he's still going to call. So let's see a club for fun. There's a club for fun. It does pair the board. As now the villain has trips and has exactly $777 in his stack. And he's putting out a small bet here. And that's going to kill some of Capitan's outs, as the queen will no longer be good. Actually misspoke, where the queen was good before, but obviously not good now. I thought the queen would make a straight for the villain, but it's actually a king that would make a straight for him. And he's going to miss. The flush draw does get there, though, so the villain might slow down. And he does just that. And I don't think Capitan's going to bluff here. Things haven't been going good for him tonight. And it's going to be... Yeah, he doesn't have enough in his stack to get trips to fold. So it looks like Kraken with another fan in the chat. And you can see Kraken is actually the biggest winner thus far tonight. All right, so making sure the button is correct. And we are ready for the next hand. Action's going to be on New York Bob.
No, there was. I heard somebody talking about this. I can't see nobody over there.
Pretty big raise coming from New York Bob under the gun, taking it up to 26 with the pocket sixes. The villain with his own pocket pair. But they're half as valuable. Oh, Oscar with his pocket pair as well. So 3 players with pocket pairs. And we're going 3 ways to a flop. Oh, and there's a 3 and a 6. Uh-oh. The villain is about to lose a lot of chips. Set over set. Small bet here from Bob. Does the villain just call? The villain with almost $1,000 in his stack. And as I said, I think he's about to lose. Oh, he just calls. So a club would actually save him some chips here. There's the ace. Oscar drawing dead. New York Bob should be sizing this up here, as there are 2 flush draws on the board as well as a straight draw. Looked like he was going to bet 100. But now he takes back some chips and looks like it's going to be about 80. cut him very strange. 65. Does the villain raise now? He has no clubs or no spades in his hand. This board's starting to get a little dangerous. $200 in the pot.
You're sitting next to me. I take back everything that I said. I have my sunglasses on.
Oh, wow. He just calls again. So Oscar getting out of the way.
That I said. All right, take it back.
And here we go to the river. Can't believe the chips have not gone all in yet. Flush draw gets there. Straight draw gets there. This run out might save the villain some chips. Did not raise on the flop. Did not raise on the turn. And New York Bob thinking about what his opponent can have. Thinking about how much to bet on this river. $271 in the pot. And looks like he's going with a small sizing. Adds a green chip. Nope, he's... Yeah, so the villain just calling. And Bob is like, how did we not get all in? So Bob is happy that he won, but he cannot believe that he did not double up there. You saw Bob bet, the villain snap called, and then once Bob saw the villain's hand, he cannot believe this pot was not bigger.
It could have gone worse for you, but
Yeah, that's what. No, I
it's the flush slowed everybody down.
You have a set?
Yeah.
Oh, three?
Yeah, threes and
I
sixes.
thought he, yeah, okay.
But
I was
then-
5-3, I'm like,
Boys, because there's a flush and all that, it slows down nasty.
Yeah, I didn't
That flushes and hits. Bob throws out 350 instead of 150.
So New York Bob back in the green with that hand, but should be a lot greener. Looks like the birthday boy's away from his seat. So action's going to be on the big spoon. And he will make the quick fold. Cracking with the sevens, probably $15. And looks like 20. Pedro calling with the two face cards. The villain with the suited connectors. Yes, they do connect. He an extension cord, but they still connect. 4, 5, 6 flop. El Gallo just calling with the eights. A little surprise in there. Thought he might put in the 3-bet. But instead he's going to play his hand in position here. Two spades on the flop. Kraken putting his jacket back on in this multi-way pot. As I said, it is multi-way. So he's going to proceed with a $35 bet. El Gallo with the quick call. And we're going to a turn. So that's going to leave the Kraken with 0 outs as he can no longer hit a 7. El Gallo with a $75 bet. See if the Kraken figures this out. And I was about to say, in this situation, I think I'm calling. I mean, I see his hand. Obviously, I know he's not good. but it's hard to put your opponent on a 10 or a 6. And we can see his opponent does not have a 10 or a 6. Oh, danger, danger. Kraken hit into straight. And El Gallo river into full house. What an action river. Well, it should be an action river. Yeah, El Gallo has less than a pot-sized bet left. El Gallo just needs to go all in here. Looks like he might have more than 250. Maybe the graphics are wrong. Yeah. Okay, so he's not going to go all in, but he's going to put out about $200. 220? 230. 236. Yeah, Kraken just has to call here. What a terrible river. I think Kraken was going to check raise if it was a small bet, but this is about a 2/3 sized pot bet. Over $300 in the pot on the river. El Gallo betting over $200. Yeah, I would be really surprised if Kraken gets away from this. Keep in mind, the flush draw did miss. So a player could be bluffing here with missed spades, which is one of the reasons why I think he's going to call. Not only that, his hand improved on the river. So the Kraken get an account, and it's going to be hard for him to get away from this hand. Called the bet on the turn, thinking his hand was good, and like I said, he improved. He went from 2 pair to a straight. Seems like his opponent either has a 10 here or a missed flush draw. Let us know in the comments what you think, but like I said, I think he's going to call, and he's going to see that he was actually behind all the way.
236.
So 236, El Gallo winning a big pot from Kraken. And before the hand started, Kraken was leading the way on the leaderboard, but I think we're going to have a new leader, and we will confirm once this hand gets cleared up. They'll take the cut card, run it over the rectangle area there that has the RFID readers, let into production, or let into the system know that we are starting a new hand, and you can see that we do have a new leader, but not by much. So both Oscar and Kraken and El Gallo, all three of them up over $300. $300 is the minimum buy-in for this game. It is a $300 minimum, match the stack maximum. So Kraken, who just lost the last hand, will make the fold. And Oscar with a small raise here from the 9-7. I like the raise. I just don't like the raise amount. As he's going to get called from CeeLo. Going to get called from Bob. And Big Spoon put it on the 3-bet here. And I will say the same line again. I like the raise. I just don't like the size. He's going to be out of position here, and he's giving his opponents a very, very good price to call. And you can see the villain's actually thinking about calling the 3-bet, and does. And just as I predicted, the other two players are going to call. Even Bob is calling here as he does close the action. So we have a $125 pot, the ace jack out in front right now. And a huge flop for the villain as he flops trips. Big Spoon going to continue on here. Real small bet, $25 into 125. So a 1/5 pot size bet coming from Big Spoon here. And the villain just going to call, setting the trap with his trips. Bob will be done with the hand. Bob will be done with the hand. And Bob is done with the hand. All right, to a turn we go. Big Spoon does not want to see an ace or a jack. And it's a queen. Let's see if Big Spoon finally slows down. And he does. And a quick bet coming from the villain here. And a quick fold from Big Spoon. So El Gallo winning a huge pot, getting unstuck, and immediately orders a tableside massage. So tableside massage is available here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. $1 a minute.
Little Willie?
What's up, little Willie? We call you that all night long. You've been drinking all day, haven't you?
Small blind, big blind.
So it looks like Pedro not at his seat. His action is under the gun. UTG. They'll make sure the cards get scanned. Yes, the cards are scanned. So the villain, who just won the last hand with 3 threes, will call with the suited connectors. Capitan with the Baskin-Robbins hand. Of course, an ace. Counting as a 1. So a 3 and a 1, 31 flavors, Baskin-Robbins. And we do have a raise with coming from Oscar with the King Jack up to $15. And you can see everybody calling the 15. Looks like he is going to be in position as he made the raise from the hijack. And he is in position. Ace coming on the flop. A donk bet here from the Capitan. As normally you're going to check to the pre-flop aggressor, but this time he does take the lead with his ace rag.
Hey, Willie. Willie.
And we have the villain with middle pair and a backdoor straight draw and flush draw.
I think Mike's going into the men's room every 10 minutes to do some coke.
Nah,
He's going to see some winners.
he doesn't.
He goes in there to see some.
Little surprised he folded. It was the correct fold though.
Nah. He's going in to see who he could peep on.
See if the VPIP flashes up. Hasn't flashed up in a while. You can see El Gallo has $777 in his stack, but that's not correct. He actually has more.
Hey, Bob.
At the restaurant.
Cultural thing.
Que está haciendo pitos el
I said you're going into mine, you told me yours, and it was compare. You want to compare one?
I told you, but
Don't compare with me, dog. Fuck.
So Phony Turgeson asking why tank with 10 deuce. Well, 2 reasons. The first reason is to get more airtime, but I think he might have been thinking about making a play just because the bet was so small. There was $125 in the pot, and Big Spoon C-bet to only $25. So when he c-bet to the $25 and the villain called. Bob was thinking about making the move, but he had no backdoor draw, so he did make the proper fold. And not proper because the villain happened to have 3 of a kind, but proper because he had no backdoor draws.
Can I sit down and play the game? I mean, god damn it.
He's like me, but he doesn't smoke.
Play the goddamn game.
$33 race, Larry Bird. Pedro with the raise. A little surprised here.
Heads up action.
Oh, Pedro hitting top pair. Should be continuing here. No, he checks. 1 ace left for the villain to hit. Looks like Pedro will put the delayed continuation bet here. Still has the top pair. Hoping his opponent has a queen. $60 bet. Should get it done. And let's see if Pedro takes a celebration drink. Oh, he's going to show the king 4. Was the best hand?
It looked like a name.
So Capitan, under the gun, can choose to put on a straddle. It is optional. Can straddle up to half your stack under the gun. If he does not straddle, then Kraken on the button can put a button straddle up to $10. And both players declining their option, so just a normal $1, $3 blind. As Capitan with the San Francisco busboy. That's right, a queen with a tray. El Gallo enjoying his massage. We'll take a break. Oscar just limping here with the king 9. CeeLo going to be raising with his Jack 10 suited. Big Spoon putting on the 3-bet. See if Oscar gets away with the king 9. He just limped and is now facing a 3-bet. The villain doesn't like to fold his small blind or big blind. He's a defender. And it looks like he's thinking about defending here with the king 4 offsuit. You see this a lot in tournaments where players do not fold their blinds. Normally don't see it in a cash game, but to each his own. And maybe if it was suited, he would have called. You can see that Oscar does fold his suited king, as CeeLo will call with his suited jack, and Bob will complete.
3 players to the flop. You do their next hand.
3 ways we go, just under $100 in the pot, and it's going to come jack high. CeeLo flopping top pair will check. New York Bob also checking. And Big Spoon has the ace of clubs. And he's going to put out a small bet here. That's not going to get rid of CeeLo. $20 into $97. CeeLo making the call. And New York Bob getting a real good price here. And he's going to make the call. Doesn't want to see the ace. Does not know that. As we go to a turn. Board pairing on the turn. CeeLo checking his top pair once again. Go, and Bob going to represent this 7. As I said, somebody earlier in the question, earlier in the comments asking why he took too long to fold with the 10 deuce. And I said I thought one of the reasons was he was thinking about making a move. Did not make a move then, making a move now with 2 outs to catch up. And that's not going to be it. As the tray coming on the river, CeeLo checking, trying to get to showdown cheap. And New York Bob gonna put out about a $120 bet. I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think this is gonna work. 120 up, $25. And as predicted, does not work. Normally not a good idea to bluff on a paired board, as your opponents tend to call you a little bit lighter. And we saw that was the case there. All right, so we do have a dealer change, and we will remind you about the Trailblazer series, both in English and Spanish.
Valley poker players. The $60,000 guaranteed Trailblazer Poker Tour is coming to Texas Card House RGV from December 19th through December 29th. $175 buy-in. Tons of great perks for playing at this tour stop. Flights at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. every day except Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. For full details, structure, and more, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
En español, porfa.
Poker del Valle. Trailblazer Tour de $60,000 llega a Texas Card House RGV desde el 19 al 29 de diciembre. Solo $175 para entrar, además de múltiples premios. Habrán 2 oportunidades diarias para entrar. Para más detalles, visite a texascardhouse.com.
Ahí vamos. All right, last dealer change of the night. Have exactly 1 hour to go into tonight's stream. If you're still not subscribed, what are you waiting for? So action's going to be on El Gallo. So El Gallo under the gun. And El Gallo going to be limping. Somebody did not scan their cards properly, so we'll see who the dealer... Okay, there we go. Looks like El Gallo just scanned one of his cards. Oscar raised it under the gun with the suited ace. New York Bob calling with the 9-7. Pedro calling with the pocket sixes, and El Gallo calling with at least the 10. So we're going 4 ways to a flop. Once again, we see the Nintendo 64 make an appearance, as it's going to come king high. Does El Gallo have king 10? He's going to check. So far, I think that's a no. Let's see if Pedro bets a sixes. Really only has the king to worry about. Should be betting here if it's checked to him. Only 1 overcard to his pocket pair, but no, he does check. Now the ace coming. That's given Oscar top pair. So you can see Ashley Ash Cash with the French tips. Runner 2 pair for Oscar. Does he finally place a bet? As he did check the turn. Now he hits 2 pair, and now he bets. He bets 75 over a pot-sized bet. Nobody's going to call him. Doesn't look like 75. No, it was 35. You bet 35. The dealer announcing 35, but the production crew here in 75.
Slow player.
Oh, I kind of feel like you hit something with a flower. That's why I didn't want to pay it. I was like,
I had 2 pairs. So I was just
I don't want to.
That's disrespectful.
I don't want to. I wanted to bet there, but I was like, you're the only one I was worried about.
So I don't think we're going to have a straddle this hand.
I don't want to get in a hand with Oscar. He's a professional.
Everybody's a professional here, bro. We live.
So Oscar with the 7-6. He'll get rid of that and show the accidentally flipping over.
If Oscar folds, Oscar, you fold.
CeeLo with a similar hand will also make the fold.
Fold, I fold.
Everybody else holding. Oh, Kraken with the suited ace. Somewhere between 15 and 20. It's going to be 15. Pedro away from his seat. The villain with the pocket pair makes the call. El Gallo does the same with the suited king. And we are going 3 ways to a flop. 2 diamonds. So El Gallo flopping a flush draw. You can see he's actually the favored to win the hand right now. If it goes to showdown, he could hit a king, a 4, or any diamond to take the lead. The deuce is still out in front. And it looks like the villain. No, it is the Kraken with a continuation bet. Betting just under half pot, $20. El Gallo going to be calling, might be check raising. Just makes the call as we are still have the same 3 players. And there's the diamond for El Gallo. Everybody else drawing dead. El Gallo checking again, hoping one of his opponents has a jack, 2 pair, a straight. But we can see that is not the case, as I don't think anybody else is going to put any more money into this pot. Board pairing on the river. Does El Gallo check one more time? Nope. He's going to put in a bet. He's going to bet 9 times 9. It's 81. Kraken not going to be able to call. The villain might make a hero bet here, as this bet looks very suspicious. Pretty much nuts or nothing here. Oh, he announced called. And El Gallo will show. So El Gallo going with the big bet size on the river. Very, very polarizing.
What is your initial, like,
And the villain did not think he had a pair. He was correct. He didn't have a pair. He had a flush.
that 30 would have been 100. Yeah. Well, I mean, more, but I mean, 75 to 100.
So it looks like we have a $10 straddle on the button. Coming from the player featured on the thumbnail, the players whose birthday it is. Action's going to be on El Gallo, and he has the kings. First to act. Real awkward here. I do like a limp. I know it's kind of a newbie play. Limping here with the kings.
You know what? It's mine because I'm from that pot, but I already. You know what? It's because I had $10.
So he's going to see the kings. Like I said, it's $10 straddle, and he does just make the call. You can see CeeLo calling with the ace-jack. Kraken with the ace-4. Pretty much has all his options open. call, raise, or fold. And he is going to go the aggressive route here. Oh, El Gallo with the quick call, just call it. I actually like a 3-bet here to get rid of CeeLo, but it looks like he is going to fold. And El Gallo announcing a check dark. Queen high flop, 2 clubs. Kraken has 1 out. He will put in a small continuation bet of 35 and a quick raise from El Gallo to 85. No club in Kraken's hand. Maybe if he had the ace of clubs, he would be able to continue here. But he knows his ace high is no good and he will let it go.
That was the best hand I had all night.
So El Gallo, your new leader. Followed by Oscar. Oscar's been pretty much at the top of the leaderboard since the beginning, winning 2 out of the first 3 pots. And New York Bob going to be putting the under the gun straddle on. Action's going to be on Big Spoon. I do not know if Big Spoon is in his seat. There he is. And looks like he's going to be making the call. And who didn't scan their cards? All right, there we are. We're good now. Oh, actually, the straddle was... There we go.
Yes, sir. Women are so territorial.
Oh, Big Spoon calling with the Queen 4 offsuit.
Yes, y'all.
That's interesting.
Y'all so
Everybody calling the $10. El Gallo with the pocket 4s has the best hand right now. And he's going to hit a 4.
They're territorial, the women in here.
The case 4, the last possible 4, as Big Spoon has a 4 in his hand.
Who's giving her the eye, Zach? Check. Ain't no eye like my side, that's for sure.
Little surprise, CeeLo checked his option pre-flop with the King-Jack suited, as there was a $10 straddle, and everybody just called the $10. Had a chance to put on the squeeze play, chose not to, but it looks like it's going to work out for him as El Gallo flopping a set of 4s. And he's going to bet $40. Nobody going to be able to call him. See if he shows. Yeah, he's going to show. No, does not.
Oh, come on, you gotta get that board, son.
Good fold, William.
What a pass.
Y'all know you ain't got.
Oh, that guy's a shooter. That guy's a shooter. Dang.
Good fold, little
They haven't flashed up the V-pip in a while.
I won the pot from your ass.
But if I had to guess, I would say El Gallo is leading the V-pip right now.
Running hot, bro. Running hot. Hot my ass.
No straddle this hand. The Big Spoon limping under the gun.
I actually think I'm playing.
Pedro putting in the raise. Pretty big raise. Ace-King suited takes it up to 40. The villain with suited connectors, he's going to make the call. El Gallo, also with suited connectors, making the call. New York Bob with the King 10. I think the 40's too much to call. But he wants to play a big pot. He's going to be out of position, but the pot is going to get big. And New York Bob likes big pots, and I cannot lie. All right, 5 ways to a flop, over $200 in, and it's going to come 4 deuce 6, 2 4 6. Big Spoon going with it here. This actually isn't a terrible play. There was $200 in the pot, and he hit a piece of it. So he's just going with it here. Pedro, your pre-flop raiser. Raise it up to 40 with ace-king suited. Has backdoor diamonds, but he has too many players to worry about, so he will get out of the way.
Oh, they left it up to me.
And it's going to fold back to New York Bob. It's hard to make a pair, and Big Spoon knew that. We saw the villain make a similar play like this earlier. He also had a 4. He had king 4 as he hit a pair and went all in. And he will show the best hand.
What a fish. Shut up. What a fish.
So we still have about 45 minutes to go tonight. And there's the number of the night, 64, as we are in hand 64. That pot's going to take Big Spoon into the positive. He's in for $300. He is up $86. And CeeLo going to be putting on a $10 button straddle. $10 is the max. Not only that, why would you want to put 11 and give the dealer more work? So New York Bob, 10-7 offsuit, will probably be folding. Big Spoon just won the last hand, has $3 in. He'll call the other $7 with the Queen 10 offsuit. Cracking with the Jack 9.
Shut up. There's my boy. You're darker than Larry, bro.
Pedro calling with the suited Queen. Looks like the villain's going to raise here. El Gallo actually calling out of position. So the action did change. He will have the opportunity to take the $10 back.
Donated 10 to the freaking
Or not.
Can you put my name on there for that's going to go to the Salvation Army for Christmas? Please? I don't just give away $10.
3 hours. 3 hours.
So action folded around to Big Spoon. That is $S. And everybody folding. So $31 profit for the villain.
Suited. Hey, your primo just got here. Queen 10 suited. Hey, no, for real, your primo just got here. And that better not be racist. No, it's not. It's there. Larry. You know what you just said?
So CeeLo straddling last hand, nobody straddling this hand. And right as I say it, New York Bob puts out 10 on the button. So action's going to be on Big Spoon. He is not at his seat. His Queen 3 will get folded. Kraken also folds. Pedro with the suited connectors. Kind of short on chips here. It's showing he has 200, but that is not the case. Does have less. And everybody just calling the $10 straddle as we're going 5 ways to a flop of 10 high. Oscar with the 9s just calling the 10 from the hijack. Not very GTO. Let's see if he bets now. Only one overcard. And he's going to put out about half pot size bet, $25. New York Bob likes the price, has some backdoor draws. He'll make the call. Pedro calling with middle pair and the villain calling with bottom pair. Queen coming on the turn, one of those backdoor draws coming in for New York Bob, as he does have diamonds. Over $150 in the pot. Oscar going to slow down now with his 9s. 2 overcards to his pocket pair now. New York Bob picking up the diamonds. Should be betting here. And looks like he's going to be betting about 50. Betting 1/3 of the pot. Pedro now downgraded to 3rd pair. And the 4 downloaded its bottom pair now. Oscar getting a pretty good price here. Doesn't know what card he wants to see in the river. Well, he wants to see a 9 on the river. And flush gets there. Runner for New York Bob. Got sticky on the flop. And it paid off for him as he's going to river the 2nd nuts. Actually, a 3rd nuts, because 8, 9 of diamonds is the 1st nuts. And then nobody can have the king 9 because he's blocking that. Did New York Bob check? No. Oscar checked. Yeah, Oscar checked. And now New York Bob going to put out $150. Hoping to get a hero call from Oscar. Oh, Oscar asking for a count. This might wipe away most of his profit if he makes the call here. Down in the front, Pedro. Thank you. Yeah, Oscar's thinking about making a hero call. Like I said, it's going to wipe away most of his profit. Oh, he's going to make the call and see. Runner, nothing funner. Looks like Oscar slammed his cards down as he got rivered.
Easy when it comes.
So nice hand for New York Bob, and as I said, that's going to wipe away a lot of Oscar's profit. Is now he's only up $139. We have had a couple of people that busted out. Doneto early on out of seat 1. Newbie out of seat 2 also busting out. So even though there's only 9 players listed, there's the VPIP. Oh, the villain. Yeah, the villain at 69%. He likes to defend. Likes to defend out of the blind. So he's going to have a higher VPIP. $9.8 for Capitan. It is his birthday. And so far, at least at the poker table, he's not having a good birthday at the poker table. King, Queen suited for New York Bob, and he is going to raise it up. Just won the last pot with a suited king. Has a suited king again. Pedro also with the suited king. Capitan hasn't played a hand in a while. Likes the 9 high. And we are going 3 ways to A $64 pot. Huge flop here for Pedro. Top pair and a flush draw. He has less than $100 in his stack. I kind of just like an open rip here. Bottom pair for Capitan. He makes the call. New York Bob, your pre-flop raiser, flopping top pair. He's going to be making the call. And here's the all-in for Pedro. Capitan going to make the fold. New York Bob going to call. He's out in front right now, but not by much. Let's see a paired board to give Pedro more outs. All right, pair the board. Let's go 10 of spades on the turn. So New York Bob in front right now. And he will finish in front. So New York Bob taking King 3 of Diamonds last hand, winning a big pot. And now taking the King of Diamonds again and winning another big pot. Yeah, so it looks like Pedro gonna be leaving early. Hey, I'm not superstitious, but seat 1 busted, seat 2 busted. And now seat 4 busts. So I would feel a little anxious if I was in seat 3. If I was cracking right now, I'd be a little anxious as the players all around him have busted. And let's see if somebody fills the seat. We got about half an hour to go in the stream. I do not know if there is a list, but they will definitely let the players know. Yeah, there is a list. So we'll see if that seat will get taken. I think it will, as there is actually a couple people on the list. So Kraken with the $10 straddle. No small blind this hand. It's actually showing the villain's the small blind, but he's actually the big blind, as Pedro just busted, and Pedro should have been the small blind. So villain with the 9s with the min race, taking it up to 20. Pretty much giving huge pot odds for Kraken here. Kraken has a very bad hand, but it's only $10 more to call. Plus, you will have position on your opponent, which is priceless. Can't put a price on position. And he's going to outflop him. As a matter of fact, he's going to hit bottom 2 pair. The villain going to slow down. See if Kraken puts out a bet. Looks like he is. Looks like about 30 bucks. So the villain going to see another card. I actually do like the call here, even though he's behind. And you can see he's picking up some outs here. It's now an 8 or a 9. We'll get him there. Shoney has 0 outs, but an 8 does make him a straight. And it's going to go check, check. And the villain putting out a blocker bet here. $15 on the river, tiny bet. Over $100 in the pot, and he bets $15. The flush draw got there, the straight draw got there. So he's trying to name his price. And as I said, I thought we would get the seat filled, and it looks like we are getting the seat filled. They will let him know about the phone. Okay. It'd be funny if the Kraken min raises here. And it's close to min raise, as it's going to be $40. So Kraken trying to get a little more value out of his hand, and I think he is. As you can see, there's over $150 in the pot, and it's going to be $25 to call. Oh no, the villain's going to fold the nines. He knows that he's beat. Doesn't want to give Kraken $25. So the button will go to seat 4. That is something not only unique to the stream, but unique to the Texas Card House, where you are actually allowed to sit down and assume the button. You are allowed to assume the button, and the reason why is because you are paying by time. This is a non-rake game. Yeah, and it's going to be Ricardo in seat 4. So since this is a non-rake game and the players are paying by time, you are allowed to assume the button as Ricardo is doing here.
Bro, there's somebody that wants to play. If you're not gonna play, let him play. Catch me out over, like, if somebody wants to play, shut up.
New York Bob raising Jack 8. Say it real quick, it sounds like jacket. And a lot of people wearing jackets, as we did get a cold front. We're in South Texas, and it is in the 60s right now, which is cold for us here in South Texas. I do realize some people are probably watching where it's snowing outside, and
Sit down.
60s is cold for us here. As you can see, most of the players either with jackets or long sleeves.
Shut up.
Oh, the villain turning trips. Was worried about the ace, worried no more. Quads. What's better than 3 of a kind? 4 of a kind.
Security. Come out. Get me out.
So we'll see if the villain puts out a bet.
This month.
Hoping his opponent, oh, it's a big bet, yeah. Hoping his opponent has an ace. He's targeting an ace here, but his opponent does not have an ace, and his opponent will fold quickly.
I'm up 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 5. I'm up.
So both El Gallo and Kraken up over $300. You can see Ricardo just sat down, and it looks like he's going to be adding on. So he will be adding on 200 to take his stack up to over 600. We do have an under the gun straddle coming from Oscar, $10. CeeLo in seat 9 will squeeze his cards. And he will fold his cards. New York Bob, Queen 4, they are suited. And that's going to be good enough for him to make the call. Big Spoon with the 9-10 also making the call. Ricardo just sat down, but he's not going to get involved. The villain has the highest VPIP. Will be playing his button. And El Gallo, ooh, El Gallo had the perfect spot to raise as he had the suited ace. But he's just going to make the call. And he's going to flop 3 aces. He will check. Oscar, who straddled, flops a pair of deuces. And he's going to find out if the deuces are good here. The quote-unquote feeler bet. Puts out the feeler bet. And he doesn't like what he feels. As it'll go check, check. Is the river an ace? No. There's the river. The river's a 10. So a full house for El Gallo. And Oscar going to be making the quick fold. El Gallo going to show the full house. That was a 10 on the river. Yeah, that's a 10. The card reader did not pick up the 10. Okay, there's the 3 getting corrected, and here comes the 10. Boom. There's the 10. No, they never showed the 10.
So I didn't remember if you were the straddle or the razor, and I don't like the ass. So I was like.
So it looks like we have no straddle this hand. Action will be under the gun, UTG on CLO. That spells CeeLo.
Not that good when I win, not that bad when I lose.
New York Bob with the computer hand. He will make the fold. Oh, kings for Big Spoon, but he is not in his seat. It's the second time we see somebody with kings not in their seat. The last time it actually worked out because an ace came on the flop. The villain with jacks could have been playing a big pot against the kings, but instead, El Gallo going to be 3-betting with the 8-6. And Oscar going to be calling with his suited hand. So let's see if the villain puts on a 4-bet here. He's going to choose to play this hand in position as he is up against King 6 and 8-6. 2 blackjacks. Queen high flop. El Gallo hitting his 8. Let's see if he continues on with his aggression. No, he's going to slow down. Oscar with some backdoor draws, backdoor flush draws, backdoor straight draws. And they're going to check to the villain. Over $120 in the pot. Villain, seeing that there's only one overcard to his jacks, is going to check.
They don't work in here. Can't change things.
So there's one of the straight draws. Backdoor straight draw. So El Gallo with a pair and a straight draw is now going to lead out. And a decent bet here, 47. So less than a pot-sized bet. Looks like CeeLo going to be calling it a night early. So the stream scheduled to go for about another half hour. Sometimes these players will continue to play after the stream. Sometimes they're not. In general, on Wednesday nights, they do not play after the stream, but on Friday nights, they do in general. So the 3 coming on the river. We'll see if El Gallo puts out a big bet here, as he just has an 8. He does have showdown value, so he might check it here, and I think he announced check. Yeah, has some showdown value. Oh, he's going to make a pretty quick call here. Yeah, he does make the call. So nice bet by the villain on the river. Get a nice value from the second pair, the 8.
You thought your 9s were good? You had in the hand, bro. Still hear a ghost over there still. Is somebody sitting by you? Nice, no good. I bet you had 9s on there. I'm gonna go watch it. 9. I'll put you
So
on 9.
smart people play roulette according to
I just said what I had.
6 Line Forever.
Nothing better than a jack.
Anybody gonna keep playing, or we?
Roulette, also known as the Devil's Game. Don't know if you know the
You're not playing with
story about roulette and why they call it the Devil's Game. And of course, I will let you know after this hand.
You know, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not playing nothing but count. I'm playing nothing but the nuts. I'm being honest with y'all. Cash me out.
Five three suited for the villain. Just had jacks. Now has a natural 8. Of course, that's referring to Baccarat. We're just talking about all the casino games tonight. El Gallo trying to isolate the villain here, but he's going to pick up a call from Oscar, calling with the 8-4. We saw Newbie make a play like this earlier, and now someone who is not a newbie making the same play. 6 coming on the turn. The villain picking up hearts. $60 in the pot. Looks like New York Bob gonna put out a $40 bluff here. And he is bluffing with the best hand right now. The 10 high is somehow the best hand, and he is bluffing. Villain looking for a heart, and he will not get a heart. What does New York Bob here do here? He bluffed on the turn. He has 10 high. It is somehow the best hand. You can see the river. There we go. So it goes check, check. Bob announces 10 high, not expecting to win the pot, but he's going to win the pot. All right, so roulette, known as the devil's game, and the reason why is there are 36 numbers on the roulette table, not counting the zeros, because now it used to be single zeros, then it went to the double zeros, and now it's up to the triple zeros, but not counting the zeros. 36 numbers on the roulette table. And I guess even if you count the zeros, you can add them in. So if you add up all the numbers, on the roulette table, 36 plus 35 plus 34 plus 33, you add them all up, they're going to add up to 6, 6, 6. That's why it's known as the devil's game.
You don't even know how to play, bro. I'm taking you off my subscription list, bro. No more streaming for you to learn how to play poker.
No more Christmas cards.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, the most popular player on the stream tonight is the Kraken, and as I said, he is a content creator. Easy for me to say. And looks like he has a lot of people following him on social media. It's going to be Kraken_poker. And just to let you know, it is in Spanish, Español. Yeah, so players are not allowed to buy the button on the stream. So somebody taking seat number 9, that's going to be Danny. Danny taking seat number 9, but he's not able to buy the button. This is a unique route to the stream game. All right, so Kraken with the Queen Jack. There's a $10 button straddle, and he's going to fold. New York Bob calling with the K9. Ricardo calling with the deuces. A lot of players have had deuces tonight, and they've won about half the times. El Gallo with the 8-5. Looks like he will call the 10, and Oscar going to be checking his option with the computer hand. Ten high flop, 2 hearts. Open-ended straight draw for Oscar, but it is the big spoon who's leading here with 4 high. Ricardo getting rid of his ducks. El Gallo has an 8. It is bottom pair, but he doesn't want to continue as the board is very scary. New York Bob calling with middle pair here, and we are going to a turn. Board pairing on the turn should make New York Bob feel a little better about his 9, but he will check. Oh, and Oscar put it on a move here. Oscar put it on a move, and it's going to work. You got to show it if you put on the move. So a lot of times we will see this on the stream. Towards the end of the stream, players will start making moves as they know the stream is going to end. So we still have 15 minutes to go on the stream. I would imagine we'll probably get to about hand 80, 82. Probably have about 10 more hands to go. But a lot of times you do see this at the stream, at the end of the stream.
Talk to me now when I'm not in a hand.
So both the beginning of the stream, in my opinion, and the end of the stream have some unorthodox play. Normally at the beginning of the stream, players will either play a lot tighter than they normally play or a lot looser than they normally play. And then at the end of the stream, kind of the same dynamic where you have certain players that are up and they're kind of locking down their win, and the players that are down, they want to double up. Get rich or die trying, as Curtis Jackson says. Ace on the flop. New York Bob has the ace. Spade coming on the turn. New York Bob has the spade. And El Gallo is drawn dead. Yeah, El Gallo's not going to put any more money in the pot. Especially $75 with Queen High here. Is he really going to make a move? I think he's bluffing. He's acting like he's going to raise here. Yeah, he's bluffing. So in seat 9 we have Danny. He did have to sit out one hand. You are not allowed to buy the button here on stream, just the way the software works. Looked like he came in for $450. Everybody to his left, winning. Everybody to his right, losing. So action is going to be on the villain. He will squeeze his cards. And it looks like he likes what he sees, as he does make the call. Capitan also making the call. The villain has the ace of spades. Prettiest card in the deck. El Gallo with the 7s, raising it up to 15. I do not see villain folding, as he does defend very wide, and he will defend here with an ace. Do not know what the other card is. So 10 high flop. Oscar has a 10. We know that. All right. I think we got the villain's other card. It was a deuce. And Ricardo gonna take it with the 8 with the aggression. All right. So they have given me the final number tonight. It's gonna be hand 78. Will be our final hand. Kraken gonna put on the $10 button straddle. And we have 4 more hands to go. And if you're still not subscribed, make sure you take care of that. As I have mentioned numerous times before, this is actually the secondary channel for all Texas Card House locations. The main channel, TCH Live. I don't know if it's still streaming the tournament, but they were streaming the Poker Atlas tournament from TCH Social in Austin. But the secondary channel is set up for all the locations. We do stream here every Wednesday night. Every Wednesday night, 1-3 action from the Rio Grande Valley. Oh, Danny, welcome to the game. He's got aces. And Ricardo might have kings, as it looks like he's going to put on a 4-bet here, or he's counting out his chips. So, Danny, I believe this is his 3rd hand that he's playing. And he's picking up aces right away. Ricardo going to be calling, so I don't think he has kings, as he probably would have put on the 4-bet. Probably has king, queen, maybe ace, king. Oh, if he has a heart to go with it, we're going to see a big pot here. He checks. Danny announcing all in. It's basically a pot-sized bet. You can see there's $2.99 in the pot. He's betting 307. And Ricardo has the heart. He's making a call. Does he have kings or does he have a heart? Well, there's the heart if Ricardo has hearts, and there's the king. So whatever Ricardo has, he has the winner. If he had pocket kings, he would have made a full house, or if he had a heart, then he would have made a flush, and we see it as the queen of hearts. So Danny getting unlucky, getting his aces cracked, but looks like he's going to be rebuying. And Ricardo cracking the aces. And just like that, Ricardo, the big winner of the night. All it took was one hand. And for whatever reason, towards the end of the stream, we always seem to have big hands. I think it's just the poker gods knowing that everybody wants to see big pots at the end of the night, or in this case, the end of the stream. So Danny will be rebuying. Rebuying for 500. And as I said, hand number 78. Hand number 78, the final hand of the stream, should take us to right about 4 hours in, so probably going to be about around 10:20 Texas time, Central Time. The players started playing just past 6 p.m. The stream started at 6:17. Got to take that 15-minute delay into account. Oh, ace king for Ricardo, and he just calls. Capitan with the queens, and we're about to see another big hand. So Ricardo should be raising it. What? Did his card reader not pick something up right? I don't see that happening, but if that actually happened, that's actually the second time that a player in seat 4 tonight folds ace king pre-flop.
¿Tiraste? ¿Con qué?
No se vale levantar la clave desde la cola.
Oh, yes, indeed. He did fold ace king. Oh, he would have got there. So twice tonight, the same seat, different player, the same seat, folding ace king pre-flop. The villain hitting an 8 and just putting out a small bet. Captain not done with his queens yet.
Era tuyo, Ricardito.
That's not a queen on the turn. That is a 9 of spades. And another small bet coming from the villain.
Le tienes miedo tú al señor.
So, I believe Ricardo owed it because he thinks that seat 6 was going to leave at the end of the stream, so he didn't want to give him any action. And he's going to see that the ace king would have been good.
Ganaba, Ricardito.
Yeah, he really did fold ace king to a small 3-bet. But he's explaining to the table, granted in Spanish, but he's explaining to the table that since the stream was getting ready to end, he didn't think the Capitan was going to stay, so he didn't want to double him up and then not have an opportunity to make back his chips. And I said it before, we always see strange stuff happen at the beginning and strange stuff happen at the end of the stream. And a player folded ace king to a 3-bet, and it was only $45 a 3-bet. It wasn't a massive 3-bet. And for the first time tonight, we got the double straddle. So 2 hands left. 2 hands left for tonight's stream. And I don't know if these players are going to continue to play after the stream. As I said, normally on Wednesday nights they don't. On Friday nights they do. We will be streaming on Friday nights on the main channel, TCH Live. And it's going to be a non-Hold'em stream. It's going to be a non-Hold'em stream. What's better than 2 cards? 3 cards. What's better than 3 cards? 4 cards. What's better than 4 cards? Yep, 5 cards. It's going to be Big O. That's 5-card high-low on Friday. Main channel, TCH Live. I do not like this sizing. I like the 3-bet, but you can see everybody's calling. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so there was a $20 double straddle. Everybody just called the double straddle, and Oscar made it 100 more. Yeah, so there was already $80 in the middle dead. Villain does not like to leave his chips, let his chips go, but he is this time with the 7-5 offsuit. And El Gallo going to do the same with the King 10.
Got a couple of nits out. They got a couple of nits out.
So Oscar really hoping he hits a 4. Going to be hard for him to proceed if he does not. Pretty much no set, no bet. And you can see Danny hitting the 7. Oscar thinks somebody has a king, not a 7. El Gallo would have hit the king if he would have stuck around. Danny with the 7 knows that it's hard to make a pair. He's going to bet. Bob needs a 6 for a straight. And the 6 would give Danny 2 pair. Bob's thinking about it. Has no backdoor draws, though. There's not a diamond on the flop. Maybe if there was a diamond on the flop, he could continue, but like I said, we only have 2 hands left on the stream, so maybe it's going to be one of those weird happenings at the end of the stream. No, Bob's going to get out of the way. And Oscar doesn't give his opponent credit for a king, but it's going to be hard for him to call, as it's basically going to be half his stack. In for 300. Oh, he's calling here. So he has no fold equity here. He's pretty much going with this hand. He's not folding to an all-in on the turn, as he has too much invested. Club gets there. That gives him a straight draw now. He needs a 6 for a straight. He's hoping his opponent checks, but his opponent has the 6 that he needs for the straight. And as I said, he's not folding. So a 4 or a... No, the 4 doesn't do anything. He needs a 6. There's only 1 6 left. They're running it twice. And Oscar winning 2 of the first 3 hands early on. Looks like he's going to... Oh, that's a set, but that's not good because his opponent has a 6. His opponent has a 6. So his opponent has a straight with the 7-6. And his opponent has a better pair with the 7. So his opponent's going to scoop. Has his opponent shown his hand?
Come on, big New York.
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't think his opponent realized that he had a straight with a straight on the top. Yeah, so that's going to be a scoop. Dealer reading the cards, confirming it is a scoop. So first board, a straight. Second board, a pair of 7s. And Danny, who got his aces cracked earlier, will win the $975 pot. It looks like Oscar's rebuying. We have one more hand on the stream left, but I'm guessing that these players are going to continue to play. I'm guessing these players are going to continue to play because Oscar is rebuying. So Danny not feeling good as he got his aces cracked earlier. Now he's feeling better, and he's actually up $118. And Oscar losing all of his profit, losing all of his chips, the second to the last 10.
Yeah, Willie sucks. Hey, Willie, you suck.
Ash.
Oh, actually, I was told it was hand 78. It's actually hand 77. So you can see they're going to change out the deck. These are special cards, so they're going to go to the regular cards. So actually, hand 77 was the last hand. As I said, they're going to switch out these cards. We'd like to thank everybody who joined us, and that'll wrap things